soldier at a checkpoint. He also said, I mean, sometimes we've seen cases where there's a call, placed through, and words like, "Do you know who I am? What I can do to you? I can lock you up," and all of that. It goes back to leadership that Fatai has raised. In terms of leadership, particularly for, will I call it, sister organizations that are perceived to be of higher training, or a bit of, I'm trying not to use the word, but let me use the word higher training and maybe responsibility, like the soldiers, for instance. Is one, in line to say that maybe because of their level of exposure, they feel that institutions like the police, should sort of listen and obey their beck and call?
Yeah, well, I disagree with you that the police have to
Okay, so what I'm saying so is
obey
because
their
you
beck and
hear
call.
phrases like bloody civilian, pardon my French,
Yes,
from
yes,
soldiers.
I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that.
Okay.
Let me tell you, how did that word start? I remember very well. During the Civil War, I was not, I was a teenager, but we know, in fact, when the Nigerian soldiers take over towns, I was in the Boy Scouts at that time, and we used to help the soldiers carry the ammunition around. And of course, they believe that every civilian, they have signed to die. Okay, so they can die at any time, but civilians have not signed to die, and then they are filled with blood. Those who have signed to die are superhumans. So for those of you who have not signed to die, who are hanging around in the town, you are bloody civilians, because when they shoot you, blood will be coming out of your body, and that's the bloody civilian side of it. Okay, fine. That does not warrant any soldier to do that, to see the civilians as lesser humans. Because that was what was happening after the war. Now the thing is that I know they are trained in discipline, serious discipline, and they should. I blame the leadership because they are not oriented towards knowing the final objective of what they are doing. They should be oriented to know that this is a national assignment, and the national assignment includes taking care of the civilian population. You are a soldier does not mean that you are going to now, everybody who is not a soldier is your servant or is a bloody civilian that you can shoot and deal with. So that aspect of training, I think, should be incorporated in them, whereby they know that, yes, we are working for the nation, we are working for the people. And I think the proliferation of soldiers in town, when there is no war, is another aspect that I think we should be looking at. Because now you see them moving up and down. And in fact, before we even go into that, the proliferation of arms and ammunition. I remember when I was in service, if we're going out for an operation and guns are issued down to operatives, they are issued to them. You know how many bullets you are carrying out, you know the kind of type of gun you are taking out, and if you expend anything, when you come back, you will write a statement on what happened for you to expend that bullet. I don't think that happens right now. Because right now I find out that even Amoras are selling bullets to people, and then of course, Mopos will carry guns with bullets, fully, armed guns, and they're moving around. And the one that surprised me most is that, and that's why I'm telling you that leadership has failed, especially when it comes to that Adamawa situation, whereby the commander himself, I don't know his rank, but for him to say that because the soldier was, hurt, what I expect him to look at is how did these arms and ammunition get out of the barracks? Because how do they get out? So people can just come in, collect arms, go out into a civilian, not even an enemy territory, into a civilian population and do whatever they want to do and come back, and they are not arrested and locked up at that time. You know, these are things that we have to, that investigation have to look at it very properly.
I mean, these are really, really pivotal and, of course, are really striking issues. But right now, we'll take a breather. And, of course, when we return, we'll be talking about issues surrounding accountability and how, I mean, situations like this don't reoccur in the future. Stay with us. This is still Secure the Continent on News Central Television. And of course, we have been discussing the very, very unfortunate incident that happened in Adamawa State, Nigeria, where, of course, we saw gunmen believed to be army officers attack the police headquarters, you know, in the state. And unfortunately, an officer, you know, of the police force was killed. Of course, joining me right now to unpack, of course, they've been with me actually, and of course they're still on the show. Fatai Owasheni, a former commissioner of police and special advisor to the Oyo State governor on security matters, and Dennis Amakri, security expert. They've been shedding light on this particular very, very unfortunate incident. But I would like to start or continue with you, Fatai. Now, let's talk about the perception of the police, particularly when it comes to the public, talking about the general public, and maybe sister agencies. Now, in terms of dealing with civilians, the police, on the aspect of trust, I mean, if we are to be sincere in Nigeria, people will tell you that to a very large extent they might even want to settle issues personally without, you know, having to take it to the police officers for lack of trust. And there's also the issue of corruption and bribery and all of that. Do you think that this rather unfortunate negative image, quote and unquote, sort of rubs off on the kind of relationship the police has with other sister agencies, particularly the military?
You see, every country will get a kind of a police it deserves. Put all the other agencies, put military people in uniform out there, and we've been seeing it. That is why where the military also, the leadership in the military needs to address. When they get involved in internal security operations, they do worse than the police. Go on the Lagos-Ibadan Express Road. You see guys in military uniform, you know, hitting people with horsewhip and they still collect money. And an average Nigerian would say, oh, it's the police, it's the police. The thing is that every nation will get a kind of police it deserves. It's not for anyone.
I'm sorry, I would appreciate it if you can really like break that down. You said every nation gets the kind of police they deserve. So are you saying that Nigeria is deserving of the kind of police officers we have across board?
Nigeria is not even ready. I don't think we are ready to have a police. You know, what we've been talking of is about who controls the police. It's not about who controls the police. It is about the tools to give the police to work with. So any agency, any institution in this country that talks of police is corrupt, there is mistrust. There is no mistrust with the police. People they lack confidence in the government and the people that govern them. People have talked of NSAS. They are just, you know, narrowing it down to the police. NSAS was about lack of confidence in the people that govern us. And thank God this is happening, you know, within the first year of this dispensation, which we can address. It is time for people in uniform, either police, civil defense, DSS. You know, when we join the service, you won't even see DSS wearing uniform. They won't even introduce themselves as one. Mr. Amakri knows that. But because of this madness where people think once you are in uniform, you are superior to people, to other people, and we use bloody civilians and all those things. All of us have a stake when it comes to security. But people that are not wearing uniform also carry out security and law enforcement duties. The people that are wearing uniform are just the people that are paid to render that service. And you say the issue of this bloody civilian and whatever, I think it's part of the madness we carried even to the United Nations. That made the United Nations to set up a panel at a point in time. General Brahimi, I think a Pakistani senior military officer, headed that. Because within the United Nations before, because the military had dominated the peacekeeping, they would say, CIPO, the civilian police section and whatever. And our madness probably must have activated that panel that was set up, where it was said there is nothing like the civil police. And that was when the United Nations at the DPK office created an office where there's, okay, the military section and the United Police section. And how did they come about? Because the military, they have the provost, that is those ones that do the work of police within the military. So in order to differentiate the provost of the military police from what the police is doing. So they now say, oh, military police. When they see the other police people, they will say civil police. And the United Nations addressed that a long time ago, because I worked there. And of course, most of our highly respected senior military officers know about that was what made the United Nations and the DPKO created the UN police section, the military section. So all of the people wearing uniform, we've worn it before. We should take it off our head to say that, oh, bloody civilians. No, please. The uniform does not confer superiority on you. And in other climes, it's not about carrying gun. And that is why you see everybody now, road safety wants to carry gun. They will set up a peace, whatever. They want to carry gun. Everybody wants to carry gun. We are militarizing the society. And when you militarize the society, you are adding to security challenges within that space. And that is why people will have effrontery, that you're going to arrest someone, they will put folks together, and they'll be attacking the police that have gone for the arrest. And the military is also experiencing it now, to the extent that no one even respects the military uniform. And that is why sometimes they use sheer both face and force to harass people, because we've taken the institutions, the military, the police, the DSS, we've handed ourselves over to the members of the public to think that we've been pacified, sort of, which shouldn't be so.
Okay, so I would like to move to Dennis right now. So, I mean, looking at everything that, of course, Fatai has said, I would also like to also pose the question as regards the, will I call it, unfortunate negative perception quite a number of people have, particularly about the police. You've talked of leadership being a major deficiency in all of this. Who should be held accountable as regards the quality of force or police force that we have, and also military force that we have right now? In terms of leadership, who should be held accountable? Why is nothing being done?
Okay, thank you very much. When Mr. Ocean was talking, I was actually laughing because, you know, we are not trying to apportion blame, but you're asking me a direct question. Who is going to be responsible? And I'll give you one simple answer, one word: the people.
The people? The people. But yes, I'm sorry, but if I'm to take your mind back, the NSAS happened, and we know why it happened. What happened at the end of the day? Right? I mean, we saw the outcome where some soldiers, we saw what happened at the Lekki toll gate. We all know the story, right? So sometimes, even when the people try to talk, right, they are repelled or pushed back with a firearm. So the people are left with no choice, but maybe at some point to be left quiet. So how would you blame the people in all of this?
Let me explain it to you, because there is this situation where people always are very emotional. And my own approach to security is that it should not be politicized and it should not be emotional. And that way you can see exactly what the situation is. But when you emotionalize it or, try to politicize it, then you start to give it color, and that is not what we need. I say the people, the root causes of this public distrust of the military or the police or the security agencies coming from the people. Number one, the rule of law. Nigerians are lawless. Lawless. Lawless in the sense that they don't want to obey the law. So, I'll give you an example again. Somebody is supposed to have a driver's license. They have to have insurance papers. Their car is supposed to be roadworthy. Then you are supposed to enter into the road, which is a public trust or whatever, to drive your car, considering that there are other Nigerians who are also using it. You will see somebody without a driver's license driving. You will see somebody who does not have insurance. He must have gone to buy some kind of third-party nonsense from somewhere, which even the insurance companies don't recognize, because he wants to show it to the police. And then he will now drive away. That is lawless. And when a policeman arrests him, what happens? He wants to bribe him so that they will let him go. And then of course, we have a problem where the police or those on the road are not well, the kind of salaries they earn, considering the economic situation in the country, would not mind taking that money and letting this guy go away. So who is corrupting who now? I think it's the people who are supposed to be driving illegally, who are not obeying the rule of law, that are causing the problems.
Okay, so can I also paint a scenario for you?
Yes.
Okay, now imagine the scenario, which I'm sure happens to quite a number of young people. So a young guy probably is an IT specialist. He happens to dye his hair, maybe keep dreadlocks, right? He has a backpack. He's got his laptop in it. He carries, one of these top phones in his pocket. He's walking on the street. And then a police officer stops him and, just tells him, you look like a quote-unquote Yahoo boy, without intelligence.
Yes. And let me tell you, it has happened to my son. He just graduated from University of Technology, Kumasi, and he's
Sorry, sir. I'm sorry I need to interrupt. I understand that we need to go for an ad break now. Please hold your thoughts. When we return, we'll pick up from your story. Thank you. Stay with us. Of course, this is still Secure the Continent, and we are taking into perspective the very unfortunate event that happened in Adamawa State. And still with me, of course, I have my guest, Fatai Owosheni, former Commissioner of Police and Special Advisor to the Oyo State Governor and also Security Matters, and Dennis Amakri, a security expert. Thank you so much for your time once again, gentlemen. Dennis, I'd like you to pick up from where you stopped before we went on that commercial break. You were talking about a personal story that happened to your son. All right, so we'd like you to touch down on that.
Personal story.
Yes.
Yes. I have a son, my last son. He graduated from the University of Technology, and he's a farmer now. A farmer. He produces fingerlings, fish fingerlings, which he supplies to different farmers in bigger farms. And he was going to deliver fingerlings with his assistant, and they were driving down the street, and they were stopped by a police patrol team. The police patrol team asked them to park, and they parked, and they said, where are you going? And they told them where they were going. They said, but you look like Yahoo boys. He said, we're not Yahoo boys. You know, we're not Yahoo boys. He said, do you have an identification? No, in fact, it was he that said that I have my identification. And he showed them the identification. And they looked at it. Fortunately, one of them recognized the name, Amakri. So he said, I know your father, you know, or something like that. And he said, yes, that you can, you can check who I am. I'm not into Yahoo or anything like that. And they let them go. Now, what's the lesson there? The lesson is that people don't want to sometimes identify themselves.
But there are cases of people bringing out ID cards and the police officer picking it and swinging it, throwing it away.
Well, you see, one thing is this. If he does that, right now we have phones, we have telephones. That's why I keep on telling people, make sure you record what is going on. Record it and make sure there are witnesses. Sometimes don't be stopped because we have bad eggs everywhere. Don't allow to be stopped by in a very, very lonely place where only you go to a crowded place or something like that. Public should start learning that so that there are other witnesses. The witnesses will bear witness that this is what is happening. You know, but again, remember one thing. Trying to stop somebody because he was carrying a laptop or anything does not mean that there are no Yahoo boys. There are Yahoo boys all over. Okay.
But I'm sorry, we've made reference to advanced crimes, right?
Yes.
Before someone can be picked, I mean, if we are to dwell on this, there must have been some sort of due diligence in terms of investigation. You know, I can give references. I mean, I remember following the story of John Gotti. John Gotti was a known mafia, American mafia individual. And I mean, there were like 3 different attempts, court attempts. He went to court, won the case, went to court, until eventually the FBI was able to garner enough evidence to lock him up. But in most cases, in the case of many Nigerians, it's based on intuition. You look at somebody, color of hair, the way the person is working, the time the person is seen, and then they assume. You know, it's the testimony of quite a number of people, right?
I
wouldn't want us to dwell on this for sake of time.
That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. If you let me explain to you.
Mr. Makri,
if you let me explain to you.
I can help there.
Okay, but let's hear Ty, please.
You see, all of you would say, oh, in the US, in the UK, what have you done to the police in the United States or the UK? Because they see you black, they profile you. They won't stop you and they won't stop. You are driving the patrol vehicle, just put his headlamp on behind you, you will pull. But here, one, it is wrong to profile people, whether you have dreadlock or not. But here, out of 10 young men that are stopped on the road, all of them are children, 8 of them are children of big men that will first say, don't you know my father? If you even ask me a question, I'll call my father. That is how this society has degenerated. And how did this start? It was during kidnapping, when kidnappers would have collected the ransom money. They come out of the forest. As they're coming out, people, they would have gotten an intelligence report that, oh, they're coming out of that forest. They're carrying this bag. Check their phone, because the alert with which transfer of ransom was given to them was there. yes, it's been abused by some of the bad eggs in the police. But when you talk of profiling, everyone talk of Nigeria. It's all over the world. Policing is the same thing all over the world.
Okay.
Go and carry 10 people from Scotland Yard and bring them here. They will behave worse than the Nigerian police. Carry police from Ajegule.
Really?
Carry them to UK.
Oh, yes.
They will behave better than the people that have been in the UK.
Really? Wow.
Oh, yes.
That
was
would
the
definitely
chief
that would be
United
news to
Nations
me,
Police.
but and
Yes.
maybe to many other Nigerians. But I would
Please,
want us, because we're pressed for time, gentlemen, I would want us
Yes.
to, of course, come back to the issue on ground. Now, this is not the first time we've seen, particularly the police and the army have face-offs. We've seen, a couple of such happen in places like Lagos. Adama is just another, case study. But it looks like the government or the authorities are handicapped in handling this situation. Hence, we see it happen over and over and over again. What is the way forward, and what is the root cause? I would like to start with you, Fatai.
Who? Myself?
Yes.
What has
Fatai.
happened?
Okay.
That
All right.
was an
Now-
affront.
No, let's
There
start
is
with
a-
Fatai, and then we'll move to Dennis.
Oh, with Fatai. Okay, go
Yes.
ahead, please.
Yes, you see, what happened, that was an affront to the office of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, who doubles as the Chairman Police Council, and it should be taken as such, and people should, like I said, people should be held accountable. This one should not go the way the others have gone. I don't want to take side. I saw so many when I was in service. People are not always held accountable. The leadership of the institutions should come open to say that this has been done. In the case of Adamawa, without prejudice, how can even the commander come out to say, oh, because they stop a soldier on the road? Because you are a soldier doesn't mean that you are superhuman. Because you are wearing police uniform doesn't make you to be superhuman to the members of the public. We should first clear it off the head of people wearing uniform, that uniform does not make them to be superior to anybody. All of us are equal, and it is the tax paid by the people that the government use in buying that uniform and the weapons that they are carrying. So they should not go and use the uniform and weapon to threaten and to intimidate people. It's not just about police or military, but in this case, a proper investigation should be done. It should be taken up at the, at the highest level. They've been doing that before, but no result has ever come with that. And it is when there is accountability, when people are made to know that they cannot just act with impunity and go scot-free. That is what will stop it.
All right, Dennis, I'd like to take your reaction swiftly.
Yes, one thing that we are always forgetting is that although the leadership is what matters, the leaders should cooperate. And there are many fora for them to cooperate. I know that when I was director in Lagos, every Monday morning we have our Security Council meeting chaired by the governor of the state. And I don't know, when you have, and that meeting gives us the chance to interact with each other. We talk to each other, we call each other, we do all kinds of things. So why should the brigade commander or whoever is in charge of the military at that time, not even, he refused to answer his calls. And that is from one or two people I've spoken to. He refused to answer his call, and then he came out to the press to come and mention about his boys being shot or something like that. They should interact more. And then, of course, they should talk to their people more, because the orientation is wrong. If they, at the command level, are talking to each other, why should they stop allowing the younger ones to talk to each other? So these are things that they have to look at.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for your time and, of course, the robust conversation. Fatai Awosheni, former Commissioner of Police and Special Advisor to the Oyo State Governor on Security Matters, and Dennis Amakri, Security Expert. Thank you so much for your time. Once again, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Mr. Amakri, good evening.
I will Okay, yes.
All right, thank you.
That right?
All right, so of course, it's been a bumper pack show. But always remember this, when the satisfaction or the security of another person becomes as significant to one as to one's own satisfaction or security, then the state of love exists. Under no circumstance is a state of love present, regardless of the popular usage of the term. This is a quote by Henry Stark Sullivan. On that note, hello, good evening. Welcome to Secure the Continent. I am Dakbo Adigboyi. This is where you get to know all the security situations across the continent. But before today's discussion, let's take a look at some of the top security headlines across Africa. Now, peace talks between Ethiopia's government and Oromo rebel group break up without agreement. And M23 rebels claim to seize new town in DR Congo. Hamas releases 24 hostages on first day of truce. And also, Chad military grants amnesty to police who killed over 50 protesters. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back. On today's show, we will examine the relationship between the Nigerian army and the Nigerian police force after a police inspector in Adamawa State was killed earlier in the week during a clash between the security operatives. Is there perhaps an interagency rivalry? How can solutions or situations like this be curbed to never occur again? But before we delve into the conversation proper, let's give you a brief background into the situation in this intro package. Take a listen.
22nd of November 2023, the Adamawa State Police Headquarters was attacked by armed men in what the Nigeria Police Force confirmed to be an attack by members of the Nigerian Army, and Inspector Jacob Daniel was killed. This unexpected clash of uniforms ignited an unexpected showdown. The two custodians of safety and security, soldiers and police, stained their uniforms, leaving a glaring question mark. It wasn't a heroic battle, but an instance marred by overzealousness, where law enforcers forgot their alliance in a moment of tension. Governor Amadou Fintiri has tried to mediate in order to restore peace. However, a lingering curiosity hangs in the air. What truly sparked this discord? Was it a tale of misunderstanding, rash actions, or a fusion of both? Let's explore the undercurrents that threaten peace and ponder the looming security question.
And of course, a really sad and disturbing story right there, you would agree. And it did happen in Nigeria. Now, gunmen, believed to be military personnel, actually did attack the state police headquarters in Adamawa State. That's Jimeta, Yola North local government area in the early hours of Wednesday, sending residents of Yola into panic. And of course, we know that the governor of the state, Damo Fintiri, and Adamawa Commissioner of Police, Babatola Afolabi, condemned the police attack and called for calm. Responding to the incident, the commissioner actually did warn that any attacks on security personnel in the line of duty will no longer be tolerated. I have with me on the program today Fatai Owosheni, former Commissioner of Police and Special Advisor to the Oyo State Governor on Security Matters, and also Dennis Amakri, security expert and of course, joining me, hopefully on the show, is Suleiman Ongoroje. That's the Police Public Relations Officer of Adamawa State. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Fatai. Good evening, of course, Dennis.
Good evening to you.
Great. Now, I mean, let me start off with you, Fatai, right? This is close to home. I mean, you've been in the force, or you were with the force, and you actually understand the inner workings. What do you think, I mean, could have actually transpired with this rather very unfortunate incident, very, very unfortunate, that we saw in Adamawa State?
It is not about what transpired. There is nothing that could have transpired that should necessitate an attack on formations. In this case, the police headquarters. Whether it is between the army, the police, civil defense, or fire services, nothing at all can justify that action. It's not about what happened that we should be talking in the discussion.
I mean, the reason why I asked that is because, I mean, we'll get into details of I mean, the relationship, the somewhat frosty relationship, not just between the police this time and the army. I mean, security agencies generally, particularly in Nigeria. Adamawa is an isolated case. We've seen cases in Lagos. We've seen cases in other parts of the country. But I mean, you have been in the force. You understand the workings. What is it like when, let's say, an average police officer, for instance, sees other sister agencies? What goes on? I mean, psychologically, physically, I mean, when they are together, when of course they're having meetings and all of that. What exactly, you know, happens to an average, you know, policeman, for instance, who sees a sister agency? Does he consider him, you know, an ally or a rival at first glance?
There's no cause for rivalry. The respective agencies have their duties and their mandates cut out for them. And it's not a relationship of inferior, superior, or master-servant relationship. It is about the fact that all of them are supposed to work together as allies. They're supposed to complement each other, and there is nowhere in the Constitution that the said either fire brigade or the civil defense or the police or the Navy or the Air Force is superior or inferior to anyone. It can only happen in our climate where people are not you know, made to be accountable for what they've done. The 35 years I spent in the Nigeria police transversed the globe. All over the world, you know, there's mutual respect and complementability among the agencies. It's only in this climate where the rule of law doesn't mean anything to anyone, and people are not held accountable for whatever they do. And that is why we continue to have it. This is not the first time. It's not the second time. It's not the third time. But have we seen people held accountable for their irresponsibility and rascality? That is it.
Okay, I will just leave you briefly. I'll go to Dennis right now. Dennis, of course, you're very vast and conversant with what happens within, of course, the security network, particularly in Nigeria. Generally, what exactly goes on, I mean, within these particular sectors? Of course, I know that Fatai used the word inferior, superior, and all of that. How do security agencies of different sectors view themselves?
Okay, thank you very much for having me here. You know, like Mr. Osheni has said, of course, maybe you will not remember me, but I met him at my former command when he came to see the director at that time, the lady director who was there at that time, and I met him. We were talking on the corridors then. I was retired already, and he was still in service. And that shows one thing, cooperation. whereby it is not a master-servant relationship. It's not any kind of inferiority, superiority complex. I have seen a lot when it comes to interrelationship between forces. And of course, military, basically, I will say this, the military itself feels that they are a superior force and other services are subservient to them, but it is not the case. It's not supposed to be the case because everybody has their own responsibility cut out for them, and in other climes, even here, the other day I saw a police pursuit where a military man, I think he was the rank of a sergeant or so, driving down speed. He was drunk. He was driving speedily down the road, breaking the lights and the speed limit, and the police gave pursuit. And then when they arrested him, they stopped him, arrested him, and he identified himself as a military personnel. And they said, okay, fine. They called his unit, to verify that he's one, looked at his ID, and then, of course, cuffed him, and then kept him for his people to come and pick him up because he has flouted the rules of the society. Now, this is what is called professional courtesy, because we all work for the same objective. And I don't see any reason why somebody will feel that you are superior, so you are working for a different country or something like that. No. It's professional courtesy, whereby everybody's responsibility is recognized by the other services. So there is no need for looking down. If it is superior, inferior, that means the superior one should be able to do everything without the junior one.
Okay.
So that's the situation we're facing right now.
All right, Dennis, I'll come back to you. I would like to go back to you for time. You used certain keywords in your introductory analysis. You talked about mutual respect, the rule of law, and more importantly, accountability, right? Now, in this particular case, it was gathered that soldiers actually did attack the police headquarters, to avenge the shooting of one of their own by policemen patrolling a particular area within the state capital. It was further gathered that the military officer was shot in the leg because he attempted to actually discern an officer doing a stop and search operation. Now, we've seen cases just like what Dennis pointed out, where in the line of duty, particularly for policemen, they try to stop maybe officials of sister agencies, particularly soldiers, and then there's some sort of confrontation. Sometimes it escalates even being physical and all of that. And if it's not managed well, then we see sort of revenge attacks and reprisals. Now, I want to ask you, particularly, during your years in the force, with respect to the kind of trainings, can you just give us an insight into actually the training techniques in terms of orientation, and also that aspect of mutual respect that you said is lacking? What do we hold responsible for this?
The leadership of the agencies.
Leadership of the agencies. Okay.
Yes. It is not enough for senior officers at the level to interact, relate mutually, and we won't be able to get the other ranks to relate the same way that the senior people related. Some of us have held commands before. I can recognize Mr. Amakri very well. Even with civilians, it's not even just about uniform. There shouldn't be any reason where any of the security or law enforcement agencies would take laws into their hands. We're governed by law. This is not a kangaroo society. So there are protocols set up to handle all this. But in a climate like us, where everything has degenerated. Some institutions will say that, oh, our personnel are not trained to act inferior to any other agencies, such that you will see people, that is why you see proliferation of uniform, that every agency, every organization, everybody that wants to wear uniform, even if you put some group of people together today, the first thing they go look for is to look for the highest rank. You see an organization set up yesterday. The first thing is the person who set it out there is looking for is to look for the rank of Major General, if not Field Marshal, or the rank of Inspector General of Police. It's because we attach so many importance to these things that we shouldn't attach importance to. Like I said, mandate is set out for each of the agencies. They're supposed to complement each other. And that is why in internal security operations, which we call heads operations, there are protocols within to follow, even when you are in these situations. There are situations that we start, just like even the Civil War, there was always a police action. Once it's internal security operations, the police has the leadership. When it's escalating to a situation where the police is not going to be able to deal with such situation, and you are handing over to the military, there are protocols with set out in order to handle command and control. Like I said, without accountability, without being people held responsible for their irresponsible actions, we continue like this. I don't know. Yes, so many investigation panels have been set up in previous cases. No one hears the end of it. It's either they don't do diligent prosecution. It's either one agency is hiding its personnel or the other. If we continue that way, because I remember even as of the time we joined the service in the early 80s, we've been having this, but you won't hear the end of the whole thing. And in cases where murder, homicides are committed, and you just leave cases like that. So people will continue to act with impunity if something is not done. Just like Mr. President is the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Mr. President is also the Chairman of the Police Council. And if anything like this happens, that means that it is an affront to the office of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and the Chairman of the Police Council. That is a disrespect to the office of the President. That is a disrespect to the office of the service chiefs. People must be held accountable. This is happening.
We'll still get to the aspect of accountability, but I'm sorry to cut in here. I'm still going to dwell on the aspect of training and, of course, orientation. Most of the time when these issues happen, it's usually within the level of, say, maybe the rank and file. The guys, that's the policemen, the officers on the road. And, I mean, it becomes the question, the kind of training or orientation they are given. We understand that maybe the senior officers might, have opportunity to go for courses, interact and mingle with people, still within the security space, across sectors. But I still ask, in terms of the leadership, what kind of orientation or training is usually given to, more importantly, those guys on the road?
The junior ranks, that is the other ranks,
yes,
will not act with impunity if the commanders are responsible. You won't say that you are taking troops out of either the police barracks or the army barracks, a troop, not just 1-2 person, without someone asking to say, where are you guys going? And you are now talking of a police headquarters, not just going to meet someone in its house. Whichever way, like I said, all the agencies, are created by the law, and there should be that mutual respect. What orientation are we talking about? No matter the orientation, if the leadership is not fully in control of the troop, this kind of thing happen. And whatever, I won't even take those ranks, those other ranks.
So you're saying the leadership, we have a leadership deficiency.
I will hold the commander responsible. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces and the service chief, would have to handle this. Whoever that is the commander of that formation has checked in its responsibility.
Anyway, talking about leadership, I would like to go to you, Dennis. Now, it was also alleged that a particular commander, the commander of the 23rd Armored Brigade, Yola Adamawa, still on this, of course, very, very unfortunate incident, Adamawa State, that's Brigadier General Gambo Mohammed, actually did accuse policemen of shooting and injuring a soldier at a checkpoint. He also said that the policemen actually took the injured soldier away. I mean, sometimes we've seen cases where there's a call, placed through, and words like, "Do you know who I am? What I can do to you? I can lock you up," and all of that. It goes back to leadership that Fatai has raised. In terms of leadership, particularly for, will I call it, sister organizations that are perceived to be of higher training, or a bit of, I'm trying not to use the word, but let me use the word higher training and maybe responsibility, like the soldiers, for instance. Is one, in line to say that maybe because of their level of exposure, they feel that institutions like the police, should sort of listen and obey their beck and call?
Yeah, well, I disagree with you that the police have to.
Okay, so what I'm saying is because you hear phrases like bloody civilian, pardon my French,
yes,
from soldiers.
I'm coming to that.
Okay.
Let me tell you, how did that word start? I remember very well. During the Civil War, I was a teenager, but we know, in fact, when the Nigerian soldiers take over towns, I was in the Boy Scouts at that time, and we used to help the soldiers carry the ammunition around. And of course, they believe that every civilian, they have signed to die. Okay, so they can die at any time, but civilians have not signed to die, and then they are filled with blood. Those who have signed to die are superhumans. So for those of you who have not signed to die, who are hanging around in the town, you are bloody civilians, because when they shoot you, blood will be coming out of your body, and that's the bloody civilian side of it. Okay, fine. That does not warrant any soldier to do that, to see the civilians as lesser humans, because that was what was happening after the war. Now the thing is that I know they are trained in discipline, serious discipline, and they should. I blame the leadership because they are not oriented towards knowing the final objective of what they are doing. They should be oriented to know that this is a national assignment, and the national assignment includes taking care of the civilian population. You are a soldier does not mean that you are going to now, everybody who is not a soldier is your servant or is a bloody civilian that you can shoot and deal with. So that aspect of training, I think, should be incorporated in them, whereby they know that, yes, we are working for the nation, we are working for the people. And I think the proliferation of soldiers in town is another aspect that I think we should be looking at, because now you see them moving up and down. And in fact, before we even go into that, the proliferation of arms and ammunition. I remember when I was in service, if we're going out for an operation and guns are issued down to operatives, they are issued to them. You know how many bullets you are carrying out, you know the kind of type of gun you are taking out, and if you expend anything, when you come back, you will write a statement on what happened for you to expend that bullet. I don't think that happens right now, because right now I find out that even Amoras are selling bullets to people, you know, and then of course, mopos will carry guns with bullets, fully, you know, armed guns, and they're moving around. And the one that surprised me most is that, and that's why I'm telling you that leadership has failed, especially when it comes to that Adamawa situation, whereby the commander himself, I don't know his rank, but for him to say that because the soldier was, you know, hurt, what I expect him to look at is how did these arms and ammunition get out of the barracks? Because how do they get out? So people can just come in, collect arms, go out into a civilian, not even an enemy territory, into a civilian population and do whatever they want to do and come back, and they are not arrested and locked up at that time. You know, these are things that we have to, that investigation have to look at it very properly.
I mean, these are really, really pivotal and, of course, are really striking issues. But right now, we'll take a breather. And, of course, when we return, we'll be talking about issues surrounding accountability and how, I mean, situations like this don't reoccur in the future. Stay with us. This is still Secure the Continent on New Central Television. And of course, we have been discussing the very, very unfortunate incident that happened in Adamawa State, Nigeria, where, of course, we saw gunmen believed to be army officers attack the police headquarters, you know, in the state. And unfortunately, an officer, you know, of the police force was killed. Of course, joining me right now to unpack, of course, they've been with me actually, and of course they're still on the show. Fatai Owosheni, a former commissioner of police and special advisor to the Oyo State governor on security matters, and Dennis Amakri, security expert. They've been shedding light on this particular very, very unfortunate incident. But I would like to start or continue with you, Fatai. Now, let's talk about the perception of the police, particularly when it comes to the public, talking about the general public, and maybe sister agencies. Now, in terms of dealing with civilians, the police, on the aspect of trust, I mean, if we are to be sincere in Nigeria, people will tell you that to a very large extent, they might even want to settle issues personally without, you know, having to take it to the police officers for lack of trust. And there's also the issue of corruption and bribery and all of that. Do you think that this unfortunate, rather unfortunate negative image, quote and unquote, sort of rubs off on the kind of relationship the police has with other sister agencies, particularly the military?
You see, every country will get a kind of a police it deserves. Put all the other agencies, put military people in uniform out there, and we've been seeing it. That is why where the military also, the leadership in the military needs to address. When they get involved in internal security operations, they do worse than the police. Go on the Lagos-Ibadan Express Road. You see guys in military uniform, you know, hitting people with horsewhip, and they still collect money. And an average Nigerian would say, oh, it's the police, it's the police. The thing is that every nation will get the kind of police it deserves. It is not for anyone.
I'm sorry, I would appreciate it if you break that down. Every kind of Nigeria, police officers we have across.
Controls the the tools for police to work. Any not wearing uniform also carry out security and law enforcement duties. The people that are wearing uniform are just the people that are paid to render that service. And you see, the issue of this bloody civilian and whatever, I think it's part of the madness we carried even to the United Nations. That made the United Nations to set up a panel at a point in time. General Brahimi, I think a Pakistani senior military officer, headed that. Because within the United Nations before, because the military had dominated the peacekeeping, they would say, CIPO, the civilian police section and whatever. And our madness probably must have activated that panel that was set up, where it was said there is nothing like the civil police. And that was when the United Nations at the DPK office created an office where there's, okay, the military section and the United Police section. And how did they come about? Because the military, they have the provost, that is those ones that do the work of police within the military. So in order to differentiate the provost of the military police from what the police is doing. So they now say, oh, military police. When they see the other police people, they will say civil police. And the United Nations addressed that a long time ago, because I worked there. And of course, most of our highly respected senior military officers know about that was what made the United Nations and the DPKO created the UN police section, the military section. So all of the people wearing uniform, we've worn it before. We should take it off our head to say that, oh, bloody civilians. No, please. The uniform does not confer superiority on you. And in other climes, it's not about carrying gun. And that is why you see everybody now, road safety wants to carry gun. They will set up a peace, whatever. They want to carry gun. Everybody wants to carry gun. We are militarizing the society. And when you militarize the society, you are adding to security challenges within that space. And that is why people will have effrontery, that you've gone to arrest someone. They will put thugs together, and they'll be attacking the police that have gone for the arrest. And the military is also experiencing it now, to the extent that no one even respects the military uniform. And that is why sometimes they use sheer bone face and force to harass people, because we've taken the institutions, the military, the police, the DSS, we've handed ourselves over to the members of the public to think that we've been identified, sort of, which shouldn't be so.
Okay, so I would like to move to Dennis right now. So, looking at everything that, of course, Fatai has said, I would also like to also pose the question as regards the, will I call it, unfortunate negative perception. Quite a number of people have, particularly about the police. You've talked of leadership being a major deficiency in all of this. Who should be held accountable as regards the quality of force or police force that we have, and also military force that we have right now? In terms of leadership, who should be held accountable? Why is nothing being done?
Okay, thank you very much. When Mr. Ocean was talking, I was actually laughing because you know, we are not trying to apportion blame, but you're asking me a direct question. Who is going to be responsible? And I'll give you one simple answer. One word: the people.
The people?
The people.
But
yes,
I'm sorry, but if I'm to take your mind back, the NSAS happened, and we know why it happened. What happened at the end of the day? Right? I mean, we saw the outcome where some soldiers, you know, we saw what happened at the Lekki toll gate. We all know the story, right? So sometimes, even when the people try to talk, right, they are repelled or pushed back with firearms. So the people are left with no choice, but maybe at some point to be left quiet. So how would you blame the people in all of this?
Let me explain it to you, because you know, there is this situation where people always are very emotional. And my own approach to security is that it should not be politicized, and it should not be emotional. You know, and that way you can see exactly what the situation is. But when you emotionalize it, or, you know, try to politicize it, then you start to give it color, you know, and that is not what we need. I say the people, the root causes of this public distrust of the military or the police or the security agencies coming from the people. Number one, the rule of law. Nigerians are lawless. Lawless. Lawless in the sense that they don't want to obey the law. So, I'll give you an example again. Somebody is supposed to have a driver's license. You have to have insurance papers. Your car is supposed to be roadworthy. Then you are supposed to enter into the road, which is a public public trust or whatever, to drive your car, considering that there are other Nigerians who are also using it. You will see somebody without a driver's license driving. You will see somebody who does not have insurance. He must have gone to buy some kind of third-party nonsense from somewhere, which even the insurance companies don't recognize, because he wants to show it to the police. And then he will now drive away. That is lawless. And when a policeman arrests him, what happens? He wants to bribe him so that they will let him go. You know? And then, of course, we have a problem where the police or those on the road are not well, you know, the kind of salaries they earn, considering the economic situation in the country, would not mind taking that money and letting this guy go away. So who is corrupting who now? I think it's the people who are supposed to be driving illegally, who are not obeying the rule of law, that are causing the problems.
Okay, so can I also paint a scenario for you?
Yes.
Okay, now imagine this scenario, which I'm sure happens to quite a number of young people. So a young guy probably is an IT specialist. He happens to dye his hair, maybe keep dreadlocks, right? He has a backpack. He's got his laptop in it. He carries, you know, one of these top phones in his pocket. He's walking on the street, and then a police officer stops him and, you know, just tells him, you look like a quote and unquote Yahoo boy without intelligence.
Yes. And let me tell you, it has happened to my son. He just graduated from University of Technology, Kumasi, you know, and he's
sorry, sir. I'm sorry I need to interrupt. I understand that we need to go for an ad break now. Please hold your thoughts. When we return, we'll pick up from your story. Thank you. Stay with us.
We go where the market demands, as business, trade and market analysis are the core of our reports.
Nigerians are beginning to speculate that the price of premium water spirit might increase.
If it's breaking, we got it. If it affects you, your business and your pocket, we're on it. We connect the dots of business so you understand what it all means.
It is our hope that the efforts of the federal government to tame inflation yield desired results as soon as possible.
I am Perpetua Fasame Peter. You're watching News Central.
With a cross-section of news on the continent, engaging in an analytical report, resident doctors in Nigeria commenced a 5-day warning strike. Queues have hit the major cities in Nigeria, bringing you authentic stories as they happen. I am Adeshewa Odishoga. This is News Central.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, Hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Quella. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every race, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
News Central now continues in the continent's east, where a Kenyan court on Tuesday ruled that a controversial housing levy introduced by President William Ruto was illegal, now dealing a blow to his plans to show up depleted government coffers. The 1.5% levy on the salaries of all taxpaying Kenyans to be matched by employers was signed into law in June to fund an affordable housing program. A three-judge panel at the High Court in Nairobi said the introduction of the tax lacked a comprehensive legal framework, and the exclusion of informal workers was discriminatory and irrational. The levy was imposed as part of a finance law that raised taxes on a wide range of items, and a move that has had a ripple effect in the countries already hamstrung by high inflation. Now let's head to South Africa, where the accused in the Senzo Meyiwa murder trial appeared in the Pretoria High Court under tighter restraint on Tuesday, following a scuffle with prison warders. On Monday, a physical fight broke out over the casual way the accused was seated during the tea adjournment, while Judge Ratha Mathogadeng admonished that the accused on Monday, he did not make a formal finding on the incident. The court is hearing a trial within a trial on the admissibility of confession statements by two of the accused. The second accused, Bangani and Thansi, is not usually handcuffed when it comes to court, as he is the only prisoner among the accused who is not serving a sentence. Tuesday, however, he was cuffed and his hands were only freed when he was in the dark. Eleven people have been killed in an incident at a platinum mine in South Africa. The accident happened on Monday afternoon at the Impala Rosberg in the northwestern province. Company spokesperson Johan Turen said 86 people were involved in the incident and that 11 of those had died. Some of the other people affected have sustained very serious injuries. The spokesperson added that the mine rescue operation has concluded the investigation and investigations into the incidents have commenced. He said the incident involved a winding rope connected to a lift that hoisted people up and down the mine shaft. He said the lift started moving downwards unexpectedly. Now, staying in Southern Africa, the Malawian government has announced plans to send 5,000 young people to work on Israel's farms. The government is going ahead with the plan despite criticism for sending 221 young people to the country last weekend. Malawi Information Minister Moses Kukuyu, while defending the much criticized move, says it is part of the government's ongoing program of providing employment to young people locally and abroad. On Monday, Malawian opposition leader Kondweni Makwana bashed the government, accusing it of endangering Malawians by sending them to a country at war. Kuyu, however, says Israel has assured Malawi that its citizens will work in safe zones unaffected by the fighting. The Malawians will replace some of the more than 10,000 foreign farm workers who have left Israel due to the war. Now, a trial against Zambia's former First Lady Esther Lungu has begun in Lusaka. She is accused of stealing 3 cars, stealing the title to a Lusaka property, and having $400,000 that is purportedly the profits of criminal activity. She and 2 police officers are both on trial. Now, meanwhile, a witness told the court on Monday that Ms. Lungu forcefully took her car and the title deed of her house, as well as 2 cars belonging to her daughter. She added that the accused police officers coerced them into signing over the documents of the properties to Ms. Lungu. However, Ms. Lungu and her co-accused have denied wrongdoings when they were arrested over the alleged offenses in September. And of course, still ahead on the news, Russian court extends a detention of U.S. reporter. We have details of this and more after the break.
We go where the market demands, as business, trade and market analysis are the core of our reports.
Nigerians are beginning to speculate that the price of premium motor spirit might increase.
If it's breaking, we got it. If it affects you, your business and your pocket, we're on it. We connect the dots of business so you understand what it all means.
It is our hope that the efforts of the federal government to tame inflation yields desired results as soon as possible.
I am Perpetua Fasamikita. You're watching News Central.
Israel Defense Minister Yoav Gallant says once the humanitarian pause ends in Gaza, the army will resume its military operation throughout the entire Gaza Strip with greater strength. Of course, Qatar announced an agreement late Monday on extending a 4-day humanitarian pause between Israel and Hamas in Gaza for an additional 2 days, under which further prisoner exchanges will be carried out. It has since killed at least 14,854 Palestinians, including 6,150 children and more than 4,000 women. The official Israeli death toll stands at 1,200. Now, Moscow court on Tuesday says it has extended until January the detention of U.S. reporter Evan Gashkovich, who was arrested in Russia earlier this year on spying charges. Evans was arrested during a reporting trip at the end of March in the Ors city of Yekaterinburg, becoming the first Western reporter to be jailed on spying charges in Russia since the Soviet era. The court said that the reporter's period of detention is extended by an additional 2 months until January 30th. The 32-year-old Wall Street Journal correspondent in Moscow, his employer and the U.S. government have all rejected spying allegations. The extension of the reporter's detention was almost certain, as Moscow rarely releases people in prison while awaiting trial on serious charges. Now, data published by the Zimbabwean National Statistics Agency, ZimStat, on Monday shows that the year-on-year inflation rate for November 2023 as measured by the All Items Consumer Price Index had increased to 21.6%. The figure signifies a 3.8% increase on the yearly inflation rate of 17.8% recorded in the month of October 2023. The month-on-month inflation rate on November 2023 was 4.5%, gaining 2 percentage points on the October 2023 rate of 2.5%, with non-food inflation rate at 4.4%, gaining 1.9% on the October 2023 rate of 2.5%. Meanwhile, economists say current trends reflect the level of dollarization which the economy has gone through and highlighted the need to invest more in confidence building. Of course, our Prosper Chitambara, an economist, joins from Harare to unpack this latest development. Thank you so much for your time, Prosper.
Thank you for having me.
Now, how would you explain the significant rise in inflation that Zimbabwe experienced in November? And what are the main factors driving inflation in the country during that period?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think it's a worrisome trend, obviously, especially given the fact that we've seen a slowdown in terms of the increase of commodity prices on the global economy. But I think it's largely on account of the depreciation in the local currency that we have actually seen over the past few weeks. So obviously when the Zimbabwe dollar depreciates, it actually increases the cost of importing products into Zimbabwe, and that has the effect of increasing prices. So my suspicion is that the depreciation of the local currency is largely responsible for the increase in inflation, both monthly and annual inflation that we've seen between October and November of this year, and of course between November of last year and November of this year on an annualized basis.
Now, how does this particular surge in inflation impact the overall economy of Zimbabwe?
Well, obviously, it reduces the disposable incomes. It creates, we've been battling chronic high inflation for a very long time. You would recall that before the change in the methodology, we actually had one of the highest inflation rates, annual inflation rates in the world. So we've changed the way we calculate our inflation. So that is actually seen a dramatic and significant decline in especially the annual inflation rate. But it creates a lot of uncertainties, especially when you consider the rate at which, say, the food poverty line has actually changed, both on an annual basis and on a monthly basis. Obviously, that reflects the extent of inflation, especially in Zim dollar terms. Well, for example, when you look at the food poverty line on a monthly basis, it actually increased by about 9%. Then when you look at that same food poverty line on an annualized basis, it actually increased by about 305%. So that could actually give you an indication in terms of the rate at which prices are actually changing in Zimbabwe dollar terms. Of course, our inflation numbers capture both the USD price developments and also the Zim dollar price development. But because we're largely dollarized, it actually means that the Zim dollar inflation is moderated rather by the relative stability in the USD inflation.
Now, what role does dollarization play in contributing to Zimbabwe's inflationary pressures?
I think it's both an advantage and a disadvantage. Number one, it's an advantage in the sense that currently about 90% of all transactions are being done in USD. So it means the weight of the USD in terms of the overall calculation of the blended inflation rate is very great. So that then moderates the overall blended inflation rate. But it's also a disadvantage in the sense that as long as we have two currencies, a weakening local currency and a relatively strong and stable US dollar, it actually means there will always be pressures on the local currency to depreciate. Why? Because every person that gets paid in Zim dollars has to convert that Zim dollar into US dollar. So that creates a lot of pressure in terms of the demand for the US dollar. And that then, because it's not matched by supply, it results in a depreciation in the local currency, which also exerts inflationary pressures in the economy.
Now, let's talk about the potential benefits or drawbacks associated with dollarization in relation to this issue of inflation. Of course, what are the benefits and, of course, drawbacks?
The main benefit is that it helps to moderate the instability. It helps to ensure some degrees of stability, because most transactions, like I said, are now being done in the USD, which is relatively more stable than the local currency. But it's also a disadvantage in the sense that as long as we have a weak currency on the one end and a strong currency on the other end, it means the demand for the strong currency will remain high. And it's that same high demand for the USD, which also then affects the value of the local currency. Because economic agents have, to all intents and purposes, ditched or rejected rather the local currency. They prefer to transact in the USD. They also prefer to hold their incomes and their savings rather. I would say our biggest challenge has been the increase in money supply, Zim dollar money supply. And because of that increase in Zim dollar money supply, the government is still paying its civil servants a significant proportion of their salaries in Zim dollars. Government is also paying contractors who are doing government projects, whether they're infrastructure projects, and even farmers, they're still being paid in the local currency. And then what then happens is that once the economic agents actually get paid in the local currency, they have to either go to the formal market or the informal market to change that Zim dollar income into USD. So that creates again another avenue of pressure for the further depreciation of the local currency. So the usage of the USD alongside a weak local currency, in my view, will continue to result in a depreciation of the local currency. So it's something like a vicious cycle. Any increase in local currency or Zim dollar money supply,
all right,
is actually then translates into a loss of value of that same local currency as it increases the demand for the USD.
Prosper Chitambara, thank you so much for your time. Economist from Harare, once again, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
And in sports, Nigeria Super Falcons coach Justin Madugu expects a tough clash ahead of the Women's African Cup of Nations final qualifying round. First leg clash with Cape Verde on Thursday. Now, the Super Falcons had their first training session on Monday evening at the MKO Abiola Stadium, Abuja, with 9 players on ground. Nigeria will host the first leg of the fixture against their counterparts from Cape Verde at the MKO Abiola National Stadium, Abuja, on Thursday, 30th of November, for the second leg scheduled for the Santiago Estadio Nacio Blue Shark in Paria on Tuesday, 5th of December. Of course, some more players are expected to join ahead of their next training session on Tuesday.
That's where sometimes we tend to miss the whole thing. Gone are the days when people play football with names, and when you hear a particular country, people assume they are not a footballing country without us knowing how much they have invested into the development of their game. Over the past 3 years, Cape Verde has done a lot. They have improved a lot, and they have invested so much in their game. The first major tournament they participated in was the WAFU Zone A competition in 2020. And check the results of their performance in that competition. They came fourth in that tournament, which was their first major tournament. And this year alone, they also did well in the WAFU Zone A competition, getting to the finals and only losing to Senegal by just a lone goal, which was even a penalty kick.
And that's a wrap on the news at this hour. But before we go, another look at some of our top stories. We told you that appeal court has affirmed Fubara as Rivers governor and dismissed Tonyoko's petition. 11 killed in South Africa as platinum mine lift crashes. And finally, we told you that the trial of Zambia's ex-First Lady Esther Lungu has commenced. Don't forget to send in your eyewitness report to the WhatsApp number on the screen. You can also make us your favorite on social media. We are at News Central TV. You can watch News Central live on DSTV channel 422, Star Times channel 274, Abo TV, and YouTube. Thanks for watching, and Dakpo at Digboyi.
It's not just news to us, it's our voice and our story. It's our report, how we tell African stories for Africans. With detailed, timely and authentic reports, News Central is your home for true news and African stories. I am Omolola Ololade. This is News Central.
It is an established fact that education is the lifeblood of every society and the engine room for development. Polytechnics, which offer technical education, has been instrumental in the development of Nigeria's skill sets. Engineers, architects, planners, teachers, business managers, scientists, and other professionals of high, middle, and lower cadres. But during a visit to the Minister of Education, Association of Private Polytechnics in Nigeria say they are being frustrated out of business because of government policies.
The dichotomy of BSc and the HND is quite alarming. We have the passion, we have the love for Nigeria to be developed. So we don't want anything to hinder us. And the few things hindering us, like the cap system of admission in JAMB.
The disparity and dichotomy between HND and BSc holders in Nigeria is still very much alive, while many are saying that this unhealthy rivalry is stemming from the type of system we have in Nigeria, where employers of labor, both at the public and private sector, tends to have a penchant for those with BSc. Those with HND say they have the hands-on experience in terms of the job. Many Nigerians are calling on government to enact policies that bring both certificates to be at par with each other to be able to drive national development.
My dad did the HND before he eventually went to go and get his MSc, and now he works for the civil service. But like, he's having the issue with he's having some issues with the general issues that everyone with HND has, the amount of pay they get, promotion and XYZ. So I think that's not fair enough. And if we look back to like just a couple months ago, Professor Pantami, he got the book Skills Rather Than Degrees, and I think that's one thing the HND actually provides very more. They provide you with very hands-on skills that you can actually practicalize what you've learned in the classes. Whereas everybody knows, if you get to the BSc in Nigeria, the amount of hands-on, experience you have is not good enough compared to the HND holders.
Beyond these challenges, many Nigerians are moving in droves to study abroad, either through government scholarship or private funding, and this has drawn attention to the quality and capacity of Nigeria's citadel of learning. How equipped are these private schools, and what is the driving motivation of their owners? Is it for profit making or to produce minds that answer to societal needs? How about the over-admission of students by institutions of learning beyond their carrying capacity? These and many other questions are begging for immediate answers.
Then over-admission of students into some federal institutions, to state institutions. You can't believe it. Some federal institutions have over 6,000% carrying capacity, over.
We are heavily now inclined to supporting institutions that are technical in nature, because our belief and the data out there is that for the level of our development, we need more middle-level cadre.
Many Nigerians will be hoping that this age-long dichotomy between HND and BSc will be addressed to enable undergraduates make informed choices of which school to attend and hone their skills. Marvelous Obomman, reporting for News Central.
News on the go, live reports, real-time updates, unfiltered stories. I'm Bernard Akede. This is News Central.
Brighten up your morning with the latest news from the African continent.
Good morning, Africa. Welcome to Breakfast Central.
Weekday mornings from 7 a.m. West African time. Breakfast Central brings you the latest news, interviews, business, politics, entertainment, and sports.
Broadcasting live from Lagos, Nigeria, this is Breakfast Central.
At a meeting in Rotterdam, Holland.
Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. West African time on News Central, Africa First.
Gloves, check. Head cover, check. Pinafore, check. And I'm ready for action.
West Africa is known to be the biggest producers of cocoa. Now, when refined, cocoa can be used for consumption, such as chocolates. Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire are known to be the biggest countries that engage in exporting cocoa. What about Nigeria? Today on Zero to Lunch, I'll be talking to a co-founder of Low Shade Chocolates, and we'll get to find out how they can turn these cocoa into chocolates. I'm Joe Hansen. Let's do this.
Our guest is Nigerian chocolatier, bringing proudly African bean-to-bar approach to chocolate making in Nigeria. Her name is Oluwafemi Oyedipe. She started a business from a basement over 7 years ago and has since grown the brand beyond what it was thought out to be.
So it's good to meet you and it's good to be here, but why did you choose chocolates out of every other business to venture into? Was it that you're a sweet tooth, or you felt, okay, I just love chocolates, let me do something concerning chocolates?
It stemmed more from value creation, to be honest. Before I started the business, I'd never seen a cocoa bean before. So it came from a position of wanting to add value to what we currently have available to us. And in so doing, when you add value, you're affecting a lot of lives, impacting a lot of other people's lives as well. So I think it came from that position of just wanting to add value, to be honest.
So we know that Africa, as it is known to be the biggest exporter and producer of cocoa. Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire. So where do you source your cocoa from? Do you go to neighboring states, if I may ask?
Well, I don't have to go to neighboring states to source cocoa beans, because we have so many states in Nigeria that actually produce cocoa beans. In Calabar, in Cross River produces cocoa, large scale. In the southwest of Nigeria as well, you find a lot of states producing this resource. It's a natural resource, we are blessed with it, so why not use our locally sourced material as opposed to going to other neighboring African countries to get it when we have it here.
Starting off this business could have been very challenging, if I can imagine. You've never seen a cocoa bean before.
Yes.
Let's just take us through the thoughts. How did you conceptualize and say, this is what I want to do? I would really love to know the process. Probably you thought about the idea, you wrote it down, you all of a sudden woke up and said, okay, let me make a few calls. How did you start off?
So I remember it actually happened in 2015. At that time, I was still working, doing a 9 to 5. And I was actually in the States at that point. I was at a crossroad, whether to continue in a 9 to 5 or to do something that was more fulfilling, because, and as a Nigerian, we are blessed with a lot of things in Nigeria, to be honest. I'd been baking, part-time hobby, part-time business, and so I'd worked with chocolate a bit, and used it to, dress cakes and things like that, desserts, etc. But I'd never, thought of doing it in terms of being a chocolate maker that is producing from the natural resource, which is cocoa. So my husband and I, we started researching. We made a lot of phone calls. And trust me, at that point when we made phone calls, it was to find out a lot of things from people, even from foreigners that are doing business here, abroad, and almost, I never not sound too negative, but about 90% of people were like, no, like Nigerians don't eat chocolates. Africa is not known as a chocolate eating continent. So it was just no, you're gonna fail, it's not gonna work, and it was just no. But I think because I'm a Christian and whatever I do with a lot of conviction. And we had done research, we had seen that yes, a lot of people had failed in the past trying to start the business, or even after venturing into it, had failed. And not because they didn't have a brilliant idea, but perhaps maybe the way the environment is, the volatility of the environment, and so many other factors. Anyway, but we were convinced. There was some sort of conviction that came, you know, from wanting to do it. And so we began to research. I remember I got my first cocoa bean bag from a missionary, in Eruwa, in Oyo State, yes. So a female missionary, and I started, you know, we started exploring it. I started it from the basement of my house. You know, I cleared out the guest room, you know, started, you know, trying out different things. Oh, I remember the first batch of chocolates we made, it was nasty. You know, and it was very grainy, and we were like, what is this? Is this chocolate? Or yeah, you know, so a lot of, what I'm just trying to get at is that when you're starting, there will be a lot of hiccups, a lot of things that will discourage you, a lot of things that will tell you, even your loved ones will tell you no, because they are watching out for you, not because they don't mean well, do you understand? But they're watching out for you, they're thinking, oh, why don't you do something that is more mainstream, you know? And so that's how we started, and we started penciling down everything. The first year, we used it to send out samples to people. My colleagues back then were my lab rats. So they would test the samples, they would give feedback, and I always wanted feedback. So I would say this again, highlight it, as an entrepreneur, you're going into something new, always be happy and willing to take feedback. Good, bad, it's feedback. You know, feedback is very important. It helps you grow, it helps you tweak. So we kept tweaking the product. We didn't get it immediately. No. The first year was R&D, to be honest. And we didn't, so we kept sending out products, even our packaging. You know, people already critique the packaging. From immediately you hand it to them, because at that time we just used like a nice fancy paper craft wrapping, and then we just did it in foil, and people were like, what's this? They were already judging it, like, what? Do you understand? But with that sort of feedback, we're able to know that, okay, this cannot work. Abroad, there were companies abroad using that sort of material, and it was doing well. But here, people were like, what's this? Do you understand? So you need to understand your environment. Yes, your terrain. If you're going to do business in that terrain, you have to have you have to be intuitive. You have to listen more. You have to be willing every time to go back to the drawing board and see and walk back and learn. Do you understand? I didn't go, at that time in 2015, I had no formal training in chocolate making. So I learned on the internet. I read a book. Do you understand? I would say it was more of experiential learning. So I was doing any mistake I make, I document it. So I know that even when I get bigger and I employ people, I know that if they do this, this is the outcome. Do you understand?
Hands-on.
Hands-on. It was very hands-on. And that's how we grew the business.
I like what I'm hearing. Looking at the fact that you started this from your basement, and you built it up to what it is today, and you've told us the challenges that you also had to go through or encountered. How have you been able to manage your staff strength? Usually this is one of the major challenges startups go through. They look for the right type of people to employ, but sometimes it's hard to get. And even when they do, sometimes these people, after receiving the trainings, the time, the energy, they end up leaving. How have you been able to cope with this business of yours?
Honestly, I would say I've also experienced that that sort of thing. Since starting the business, I can't even remember how many people have come and gone. But I know that we always, as entrepreneurs, always highlight the ones that come and go, but there are also some that stay. So I like to celebrate the ones that stay. As I lament about the ones that go, the ones that stay, I celebrate them, I manage them. I do a lot of coaching as opposed to, I would say, training. So trainings are like one-time stuff, one-time events. But coaching, you're not only coaching on the job, for the job, you're also coaching the person's character, the individual. You're trying to make the person a better person overall. So that has been my approach. And also, also being able to be relatable. You know, you have we entrepreneurs, sometimes we get carried away with whatever we're doing, and then we become so unrelatable even to our staff. So you have to be relatable. You have to be able to understand that the individuals, they also have personal challenges, personal pains. Do you understand?
Interact, be close to them.
Yes, interact, you know, and also still have that fine line of, okay, I'm still your boss, but it comes with, maybe it comes with also my training.
That's it.
I'm a human resource professional. So that also has added value to how I can manage, yes. So there's a lot of, so I try to ensure that there's engagement, and I manage the psychological contract of the employee, because that is the key thing that drives the business, not the building or the furniture or whatever. Yeah.
Told many times that a chocolate factory business will not prevail in this region. Today, Loche Chocolates is gaining recognition in prominent stores across Nigeria. This is largely due to the never say die entrepreneurship spirit and the need to add value locally when it comes to making world-class chocolate using Africa's abundant cocoa resources.
You want to take us through some of the chocolates that you produce here, and need I say this again, these are proudly made in Nigeria. Do you source any ingredients outside the country? Proudly made in Nigeria. What differentiates your chocolates from other chocolates?
Well, I would like to say my chocolates are healthy but yummy. So meaning we're single origin, meaning we get the fat, which is the cocoa butter, and then we put it back when we make our chocolate recipes in our process. Yeah, okay. So we're single origin, so we don't source fat or additives or preservatives, no. It's just, so if, take for example, this little guy here, 56% milk chocolate, means it contains 56% cocoa.
I see. So the purple one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you've got this guy here, who is 40% as well of cocoa, and then milk and sugar. So no additives in our chocolates whatsoever, none. Yeah, and we don't source any ingredients outside Nigeria. Yes,
country.
We use proudly Nigerian products.
Interesting. Which other one do we have?
We have the white chocolate.
Oh, the white. So I always wanted to ask, how do you that gives white chocolate?
Yes, that gives you the white
okay.
chocolate. And then we've got this guy here, 70% dark chocolate.
Ooh.
Yes.
So what makes it
70%
dark?
Because 70%, like I said, tells you the cocoa content. Okay, so that means it contains 70% of cocoa. And our chocolates are couvertures, meaning we put in an additional amount of cocoa butter into our recipes.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
I see.
So,
is cocoa really good for human consumption?
what?
I'm asking for the benefit of our people.
It is a superfood. Okay, it's very good for your heart. It helps your blood pressure. It helps your mood. Do you understand?
Yes, I know about that too.
You know about that. So it's really good. It's also good for the brain in kids, for children that are growing, developing. Yeah.
Oh, that's
so
good.
So it's a superfood actually.
Nice.
If everyone could, inculcate cocoa, a bit of cocoa into their diet, either even as the nibs, you put it on your cereal, in your smoothies. Also, you drink cocoa, cocoa drinks. Yes.
That's good.
Yes, very good. And dark chocolate is really, really good.
That's interesting.
Yes.
Let me also ask this. Looking at this business of yours, there's a lot you've put in already to get to this level. What are the next steps for you? What are you looking forward to have? Are you looking at investments? Are you looking at monies coming in so you could actually expand? And if you're going to expand at all, what are the plans?
Okay, so it's good you asked that question. Earlier on, early last year, I was looking at investments. Actually, early mid-year, I was looking at investment, and COVID struck.
Happened, yeah.
And so I went back to the drawing board and I said, okay, yeah, no investments yet, but what else can you do? So I'm looking at, okay, how do I optimize my operations? How do I make my product even better? Do you understand? How do I diversify the same products, you know, and introduce it into the economy, into the market? So those are the things I'm looking at now. There's so many things happening, you know, that I'm excited about. You know, which I cannot really say everything here.
Yeah, sure.
But you know, the company is growing, which is giving me a lot of
joy. Why did you choose that name? Why didn't you go for something unique or something more?
Luscious chocolate is unique now.
Oh, no, it is. Don't get me wrong. Maybe something more African, something more.
It's Oluwaloshe. Loshe's chocolate. That's God did this chocolate. It's a Yoruba name.
Oluwaloshe.
I just removed the Oluwa and I put Loshe's chocolate.
One more question before we take a look at the entire space and get to see what your back room looks like we call it in hospitality, back of office. Looking at this business, do you say, based on what you heard initially, that Africans do not consume chocolate? Has your perception changed about that Africans do? And do they really consume, do we really consume chocolate?
Well, comparing them to the Europeans, no. We're still growing. But I think the way we can actually change that narrative is to create more awareness. So the more people that are going into chocolate making, or either creating some sort of awareness with maybe tourism, that also would aid and also help the culture of eating chocolate. Because we have it as a natural resource, why not, you know, enjoy it in its fullness, in its richness, and also empower the economy, grow the economy through it, and also even, you know, look for how to export it to other countries. So we have it here, so why not?
Talking of exporting, are you planning to export this?
Oh, definitely. Once the time is right.
Africa first, or?
Yes, Africa, and then internationally, yes, abroad.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, so let's take a look at the back room right now.
Okay, Joe. Thank you.
So I'm here with the operations manager, Lawrence, for Loshe Chocolates. Lawrence, what are your day-to-day activities to ensure that the chocolates do come out nicely?
What we'll do is this. So right from the roasting, I make sure that the cocoa bean is being properly roasted under the exact minute, which is 53 minutes. So after that, during cracking, also because of jams, we also make sure that some of the person that's in charge of the cracking shouldn't touch the cocoa bean or the nibs with his bare hands without wearing gloves. So always make sure that the person wears gloves to avoid contamination of the nibs. So in the refining room, we also make sure that our grinders are properly covered, and that's so that there cannot be any insect falling inside the grinder.
All right, you've mentioned this process, and we're here in the factory itself. So let's walk with you while you put us through on these processes. You ready?
Yes.
All right, let's go.
I'm here to show you how we make chocolates. So Luscious chocolate will go under 9 stages of making chocolate. So number 1, mostly when we get our cocoa from the farm, we go through the first stages, which is classification. So I'm going to show you how we classify. So classification means we separate the bad beans from the good beans. So after classification, we go to the next stage, which is roasting. So this is the roasting machine. In here now we are roasting. So normally we roast for 52 minutes. And one of the reasons why we roast is to kill germs and also to bring out the flavor of the cocoa bean. The next stage is cracking and winnowing. So we open the door of the machine, then we pour in the roasted cocoa bean. Then we'll put it on. So as you can see, it's cracking. So the nibs comes from here, while the horse goes through the back. After blending, so this is the refining machine. So we'll pour in blended nibs into the refining machine. So in here it grinds for 7 days, depending on the power supply. Then when the nibs have grinded and it becomes liquor, we'll now take it to the press. After we have pressed the liquor, into the liquor we'll get our cocoa butter. So we'll bring back the cocoa butter to make chocolate. So like in here now, you can see that we'll have other machines. So like here, this is Susanna. What we have in Susanna here is 40% milk chocolate made with the cocoa butter and also the cocoa liquor that we got from the nibs. In here we have 30% milk chocolate, also done with the cocoa butter and also the liquor and sugar and milk. This is SIBO. We use this SIBO mostly to assist Jubushola, because mostly what is in here is cocoa liquor and here too is cocoa liquor too. This SIBO helps this one to grind the liquor. So like in here, this is Sabrina. Sabrina, what is in Sabrina is 40% milk chocolate as well. So 40% milk chocolate is just a mixture of the cocoa liquor, the cocoa butter, the sugar, and milk. So in here too, what we'll have here is 40% milk as well. So this is Eliora. So in Eliora we'll have 40% milk chocolate. It's the same process, the same cocoa liquor, cocoa butter, sugar, and milk. So that is how we make our chocolate from cocoa bean. After we have grinded the nibs, we pour it into the refining machine, which is Subusola here. It grinds for 7 days. Then when it becomes liquor, we'll take it to the press. From that press, we'll get our cocoa butter. Then we'll bring back the cocoa butter into the refining room. Then with that cocoa butter, we can be able to make so lot of chocolates.
Hello everyone, my name is Femi Oyedipe and I'm the CEO, co-founder of Luscious Chocolate, and I started from zero to launch.
We go where the market demands, as business, trade and market analysis are the core of our reports.
Nigerians are beginning to speculate that the price of premium motor spirit might increase.
If it's breaking, we got it. If it affects you, your business and your pocket, we're on it. We connect the dots of business so you understand what it all means.
It is our hope that the efforts of the federal government to tame inflation yields desired results as soon as possible.
I am Perpetua Fasamipita. You're watching News Central.
How do you teach consent, right? First of all, let's understand the concept of consent. It has to be mutual, it has to be willing, it has to be clear, and it can be ongoing and can be withdrawn at any point. It's very important to teach consent from an early age so that as you mature, as you grow, it's embedded in you, and then you know how to, handle consent, not just during sexual activities, but across all aspects of your life. For teaching consent in children, it's okay to use age-appropriate languages. For example, teach children boundaries, tell them the parts of their bodies, what should be touched and what should not be touched, and encourage them to speak up when they feel abused. So if they do not even know what is normal and what is abnormal, or what is allowed and what is not allowed, they would not know when to report. So very importantly, age-appropriate and early sexual education at home and even at schools, because these days a lot of girls are being abused because they do not even know what's happening to their bodies. So sex education in schools, sex education in the homes, and also in the communities. For adults, some adults still do not know what consent is all about. Consent means no. Consent means I do not want this. No means no. And even when I have given my consent before the act, I can withdraw consent at any time. When it comes to consent and rape, you need to understand 4 factors. 1, there should be no coercion, it should be willing. 2, when it comes to age, for a minor, minors cannot give consent. 3, When you are incapable, it means that if you're intoxicated, if you are unconscious, if you cannot verbalize your consent, then that is not consent. And 4, it should be devoid of any coercion, whether verbal or physical. So for the 16 days of activism, it is very important that we protect our girls, we protect ourselves. Education is very important. Let us join hands together and educate. Learn and unlearn concepts of rape and consent, okay? And also, do not shame victims of rape. Do not shame victims of sexual abuse, because if they can't speak up, if they are not protected, and if they feel that they will be shamed for speaking up, they will not speak up. And also, laws and policies surrounding or guiding rape should be revisited and made to protect the girls and the women. And also, if you know any organization that is supporting this cause against sexual abuse and gender-based violence, please support them.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
On Digi 360, we give you a complete dose of everything.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it. Use it to take action. Digi 360, dissecting the issues.
As reporters, we don't just gather news stories, we experience them daily. So join us on Report Desk.
The African sound is truly as old as time. Given the vastness of the African continent, its music is diverse, with regions and nations having many distinct sounds. With genres like Juju, Fuji, Highlife, Makossa, Kizomba, Afrobeat, and others, the continent has indeed witnessed generations of influential musical figures and albums that have fostered its evolution. Here's to celebrating 10 albums that turned 10 in 2022. Let's begin with the father of South African jazz, flugelhornist, cornetist, singer, and composer Hugh Masekela. Known for his jazz composition and for writing well-known anti-apartheid songs such as Soweto Blues and Bring Him Back Home. On the 31st of January 2012, he released Jabulani, an 11-track studio album meaning to be happy or to bring joy and happiness. The 59 minutes long album was recorded in Pretoria, South Africa as a collection of reinterpreted traditional South African wedding songs. The following year, that album was nominated for the 2013 Grammy Awards in the Best World Music Album category. In 2012, Malawi's Lucius Banda dropped 2 powerful albums, the 9-track Son of a Poor Man and the 13-track Survival. With over 19 albums to his credit, he was the first Malawian musician to sing openly against political oppression in Malawi during the decades of one-party rule. His project the previous year, 1515, was even banned by the state broadcaster MBC. Well, known as the voice of the poor and those who cannot be heard, he formed his own band, Zembani, to help local and upcoming musicians in Malawi. Oliver Tukuzi, popularly called Tuku, is a Zimbabwean musician, businessman, philanthropist, human rights activist, and UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador for Southern Africa region. Tuku's 2012 album, Sarawoga, was a tribute to his son, Sam Tukuzi, who died in a car accident in March 2010. Sarawoga, meaning left alone, saw him lament the losses that the legend had had to endure in his life. It consists of 12 tracks and runs for a little over an hour. Nigerian multi-award-winning musician Innocent Idibia makes a list for his 4th album, Away and Beyond. Popularly called Tubaba, the 18-track pop album displayed his celestial songwriting and unparalleled delivery. The album housed hits like Ihe Neme, Rainbow, Omotoshan, and Dance in the Rain. Away and Beyond earned the songwriter and philanthropist a nomination for the Best R&B/Pop Album at the 2013 Headies Awards. 5-time Grammy Award-winning Beninese singer-songwriter Angelique Kidjo peaked at number 5 on the US World Chart for her album Spirit Rising. Released in 2012, the 16-track album housed hit songs like Redemption Song and Africa. It also featured 2 songs with American jazz singer Diane Reeves and saxophonist Branford Marsalis. That same year saw her take part in the International Jazz Day organized by UNESCO at the United Nations General Assembly Hall in New York City. From Senegal to the World was a compilation album by Senegalese singer and composer Youssou N'Dour. The 28-track album, also tagged 80s classics and rarities, dropped October 2012 during the era he served as Senegal's Minister of Tourism. Released as a 2-CD collection, Disc 1 features the prime of his early 80s recordings made in Senegal. Disc 2 houses the material he recorded for Virgin Records that helped turn him into a world music icon. He was awarded a Polar Music Award the following year for his griot tradition. Kenya's Southeast Soul delivered their 3rd official project in 2012 on the EP Southeast Soul. The self-titled extended play in collaboration with South African rapper and record producer Spoke Mathambo consisted of 6 songs and featured fellow Kenyan singer Della. Hit tracks like Range Rover and Love or Leave had their music videos shot in Netherlands and Amsterdam. The male quartet has since received several awards for their music. South African hip-hop group Die Antwoord released their 2nd studio album, Tension, in January 2012. The 13-track album peaked at number 38 and 40 in Australia and Belgium, and also debuted at number 20 on the Billboard's Dance Electronic Album charts. Track 2, I Think You Freaky, featured a video ad for American designer Alexander Wang, and track 5, Fatty Boom Boom, was performed by the group on American television, first on The Late Show with Dave Letterman and then Jimmy Kimmel Live. Flavor Nabania, or simply Flavor's Blessed album, was released October 18, 2012, and it houses classics such as Baby Oku, Ada and Ikoriko. The album enjoyed mainstream success and was nominated at the 2013 Headies in the Album of the Year category. The 18-track Igbo Highlight Project was Flavor's 3rd studio album, featuring guest appearances from Wizkid, Fally Ipupa. Producers included Mastercraft Celebobo and Del B. Omobaba Olowo, The Genesis, is Davido's debut album released July 17, 2012. The album boasts hit singles like Dami Duro, Ekuro, and All of Us. The album introduced Nigerians to a new act and featured guest appearances from some of the country's biggest names, including Nato C, Tubaba, Ice Prince, Mehdi, and others. Although Omobaba Olowo, The Genesis received some criticism, it earned Davido nominations for the Album of the Year and Best R&B Pop Album at the Headies 2013. He won for the Best R&B Pop Album. Meaning Son of a Rich Man in Yoruba, producers included Jay Slick, Malik Berry, Gospel on the Beats, Spells, and Sheezy. Music flows through African cultures, and from the moment of our birth, it surrounds us, from our traditional songs and instruments to the sounds that define each generation. These 10 iconic albums, released a decade ago, remain in our hearts for their strong message, the nostalgic feeling they gave us, and for the legacy of the artists that brought them to us.
Africa, a continent with over 3,000 ethnic groups and 2,100 different languages. The uniqueness of the continent lies in its diverse tribes, which speaks to the beauty that is Africa. Today, we're in the iconic African safari destination of Kenya in East Africa, where you will find the Maasai tribe. Who are the Maasai? The Maasai tribe is an indigenous ethnic group of semi-nomadic people who settled in Kenya and northern Tanzania in Africa. With a population estimated at over 1 million people, the tribe is among one of the most recognized ethnic groups in Africa, known internationally for their distinct traditions, their unique culture, and their famous tribal dress, the shuka. The Maasai people can be found near national game parks and reserves in East Africa. The Maasai speak the Ma, a language derived from the Nilo-Saharan family of languages. It is closely related to Dinka and Nuer. They also speak Swahili and English. The Maasai originated from the north of Lake Turkana in northwestern Kenya in the lower Nile Valley. They began migrating south in the 15th century and arrived in the long trunk of land stretching across central Tanzania and northern Kenya during the 17th and 18th century. The Maasai territory reached its most dominant size in the 19th century when they covered most of the Great Rift Valley and surrounding lands from Dodoma and Mount Marsabit. During this time, the Maasai raided cattle as far across the East as Tango Coast in Tanzania. They used shields and spears, but they were most feared for their expert throwing of the orinka or club.
Wow, that's pretty good.
And then came a period of wipeout for the tribe. The Maasai Mutai lasted for a period of 19 years. It came between 1883 and 1902. This was the time of the smallpox, the contagious bovine flu pneumonia and rinderpest outbreaks. An estimated 90% of cattle and half of wild species perished from rinderpest during this time. This drastic period also coincided with the drought, which lasted from 1897 to 1898. The treaties of the 1904 and 1911 saw the Maasai lose large swaths of their land. The British colonial government evicted them to allow space for settler ranches, confining the Maasai to Kenya's present-day Narok and Kajiado districts. The Maasai in Tanzania were also forced from their fertile lands between Mount Kilimanjaro and Mount Meru, and most of the mountainous regions near the Ngorongoro in the 1940s. The majority of their land were claimed to create national parks and wildlife reserves like Masai Mara, Samburu, Ngorongoro, Amboseli, Nairobi National Park, Lake Nakuru and others. The Maasai are primarily traditionalist and have to date resisted the urging of both the Kenya and Tanzania government to adopt a more modern way of life. They demanded pasturing and grazing rights in several of the national parks in both Tanzania and Kenya. And now, the Maasai today boast of some of East Africa's finest nature and wildlife areas as their home. The Maasai tribe traditionally relied on readily available materials to construct their unusual and interesting house. The traditional Maasai house is designed as a temporary base. The nkajijik or houses are either circular or loaf-shaped and are usually made by their women. It is made with ashes, soil, ranches, and powder to keep away insects, while their men built the circular enkang or fence protecting their villages. Their cattle sleep within the enkang at night for protection from wild animals. And what about the Maasai culture? The peculiarity of the Maasai culture makes them distinct from many other African tribes. The society is patriarchal in nature, with Maasai men and elders making all the important decisions for the tribes. The Maasai people are monotheistic. Their god is called Ngai. The traditional Maasai lifestyle concentrates more on the cattle, which makes up their primary source of food. They believe that the measure of a man's wealth is in terms of his children and cattle, so the more, the richer. A man who has plenty cattle but not many children is considered to be poor, and vice versa. A Maasai myth says that God gave them all the cattle on earth, resulting in the belief that rustling from other tribes is a matter of claiming what is rightfully theirs. However, cattle rustling has become less common. In decades past, young Maasai men proved themselves as warriors or morani, with the ritual killing of a lion, either single-handedly or as a group, using only their iron spears as weapons. Only male lions were usually hunted in this initiation rite, called alamayo. Female lions were considered sacred creators of life. The ritual was outlawed in East Africa, and now they will only kill a lion, threatening their livestock. For the Maasai people, the end of life is without a formal funeral ceremony, and the dead are left out in the fields for scavengers. Burial has in the past been reserved for great chiefs only, as the tribe believed that burials are harmful to the soil. Their diet traditionally consists of meat and milk from their cattle. The hides of these animals are used to make furniture, and the bones are used to create tools. Traditional attire varies by sex, age, and place. Young men wear black for several months after they are circumcised. Red is a favored color among the Maasai. In the 1960s, the Maasai began to replace their traditional sheepskin, calf hides, and other animal skin for more commercial materials. The cloth they wrap around their body is called the shuka. It is worn accompanied with cowhide sandals and with a wooden haringa in their hand. The Maasai hunters, the Morani, also wear red to hunt as a tactic to distract and attract the animals. They believe that red scares off predators like lions even at a long distance. The Moranis are famous for their singing and jumping dance. It is to them a sign of strength. The warriors are famous for competing to jump the highest. This is done to impress the unmarried Maasai women. The Maasai people have a very colorful culture of music and dance. The women are known to recite lullabies, hum, and sing songs of praise about their sons. There is always one song leader known as the Olaranyani who leads the group in song. Contemporary hip-hop musicians from northern Tanzania incorporate traditional Maasai rhythms, chants, and beats into their music. In recent years, the Maasai have played an important role in the conservation of the region. Maasai land owners living under conservancies leased their lands for the establishment of the Masai Mara National Reserve and other conservancies. The Maasai people have been known all through the years for keeping to their traditional way of life despite all the modern changes and structures adopted in Kenya and the rest of Africa. There are Maasai who have integrated life outside their villages, taking up positions in government and business. But many of them have held on tightly to their traditional way of life.
In recent times, the evolution of art with creative and new innovations has seen the embrace of a broader range of artistic practices, essentially motivated by social consciousness. One of these practices is recycled art. Recycled art is a composition of discarded and waste materials into works of art. These materials are now repurposed to establish new meanings and functions, contrary to what they previously symbolized.
Recycled art is a kind of reincarnation, helping a used object to live another life, a different life, which may be or nearly always different from the life it has lived before the recycling started. Once the idea is ripe, 1 week, 2 weeks, a particular sculpture, I call them, would emerge.
Beauty and the Machine is the first of a series of shows to commemorate 60 years of Professor Bruce Onobrakwe's public presentation of his art through exhibitions. The exhibition is expected to make a gallant statement on the value still present in materials that have been discarded and deemed unusable. Some of the materials used to achieve these artworks include motherboards, hard drives and other computer parts, engines and automobile spare parts, scraps of cloths, iron, pipes, and stainless steel, which the artist has reshaped to create captivating art forms.
I live close to the Ladipo spare part market, and there's abundance of car spare parts. In the recent time, what intrigued me was the plastic parts, which are used to create the airbag. You know, they come out and they're massive, they are beautiful, and I put them together to create artworks that are very exciting to me.
The exhibition portrays the artist's fascination with this media and his energy, which is captured in the interesting shapes and designs that leaves the viewer in a state of awe. The thematic focus, which Professor Bruce has infused in the exhibition, showcases some of the subjects that have come to form his artistic statement, such as trado-religious iconographies and ancestral culture.
Objects that have been used and discarded and so on, they are all put together now to tell the story, human aspirations, hunting. Everyone is a hunter. This installation is about hunting, about satisfying human desires, about working for survival. This is Akpakpasimaga. That is the Roman word for scorpion. The plastic materials have coils. They have a lot of forms. which I picked together, welded them together to achieve the form of a dreadful looking Akwakwasimaga. It's a very striking because the color of that insect, that reptile, is the same color as the recycled plastic material. And the forms are like the forms of the legs and the tail and so on. With it, for the tail, I actually put iron materials together to create the fierce, poisonous point of the scorpion.
The exhibition also attracts the general public, especially the youths. The opportunity presents employment opportunities, not only from recycled arts, but by allowing their minds to travel beyond their current space, creatively engage their immediate environment, and make remarkable impression out of anything within reach.
Whether you're unemployed, whether you're an employed individual, young, old, it's a very, very important lesson we all have to take home and take to heart too. Its contribution to the economy. These are waste materials. These are products of waste materials, and in quote, on a normal day, they are materials that would be lying in the dump site and creating or even causing more harm to the earth than even the use that they would give, or the usefulness they are worth when they are still in their useful state. So instead of these materials constituting this much harm, we have repurposed them. The artist has repurposed them, and they are no longer contributing to these issues of climate change. They are no longer contributing to issues of the whole greenhouse emissions. Now they are being used, or they have been redefined to give more usefulness.
In the streets of Oran in western Algeria, actor Amin Moussam can be seen going around encouraging passers-by to come attend the street theater play he and his troops organized. In another area of the city, a music and theater troupe is also putting on a performance for a crowd to listen and enjoy the melodies and tunes. All of these efforts are an attempt to bring back the once famous Oran street musical and theater culture. In the past, such street plays were a very rich tradition that served as a source of entertainment and inspiration for the people. Major dramatists in Algeria like Abdurrahim Kaki and Abdelkaka Alaoula drew their inspiration from this tradition.
Dans la culture populaire, dans la mémoire, c'est-à-dire populaire, ça existait. Donc nous, on est en train de refaire ça, même pour notre com. On a utilisé les réseaux puisqu'on est très présent, mais on a aussi utilisé le berrah, c'est-à-dire pour réactiver le personnage berrah.
Mourad Sanoussi is the director at the Regional Theatre in Oran. The 62-year-old has watched the rich culture of street theatre diminish in Oran over the years, and that's why he's trying to breathe new life into the traditional art. He believes that the interest still lies inside of the people. Sanoussi is holding on to hope that they just need to continue going into the streets to perform and will eventually bring back the vibrant culture. And that's why he gathered his troops along with him to move around Oran from street to street, putting on short plays for the people.
Et la preuve, aujourd'hui, on avait annoncé à 12h30, à 11h30, les gens sont venus par bus, sont venus. Ça veut dire que le public, ça veut dire que la demande, elle existe. Il suffit maintenant de mettre en place l'offre, et là, on est en train de la mettre. Qu'est-ce qu'on a fait? On a même créé nos propres espaces. Comme celui-là de Derb, c'était un espace abandonné. Ça nous a pris 5 jours. 40 000 dinars, on a aménagé l'espace et on a fait la démonstration que c'est possible. C'est-à-dire un endroit abandonné peut devenir un espace culturel.
The Gal is the Algerian Arabic announcer, and the Meda is the poet or storyteller. In ancient Algeria, they were an iconic sight on the streets as they went from city to city around the northern African nation to meet the public and entertain them.
خاصة حاليا رانا داخلين على ستينية استقلال الجزائر، وأنه الجوال والمداح كان أداة جد حادة بالنسبة للاستعمار الفرنسي آنذاك، وين كان يقدم عروض مسرحية في الشوارع ضد المستعمر وضد غزو المستعمر. أنا حبيت هذه العادات والتقاليد وخاصة هذا اللباس التقليدي، هذه صدقيني هذه من جدي، هذه ورثتها عن جدي وراني اليوم نلبسها هي وشاش وجد فخور.
In recent years, in Algiers, Boj Baulam, Ararij and Setif have organized plays in the streets through association. Senaussi drew his inspiration to organize trial runs in Oran from them.
Donc j'ai venu avec mes enfants pour assister le spectacle au niveau de Haïl Derb et c'est vraiment c'est un plaisir. Espérons que ça va continuer tout au long de l'année.
جينا مع وليداتنا هنايا المسرح الشارع، كانت مبادرة جميلة متنفس للصغار إن شاء الله تتعاود، وسيتي زعما عرض مجاني متاح للجميع اللي يبغي يجي وليداته، كاين اللي ما عندهم ما تسمحلهمش الفرصة يروحوا آيور. المهم هذا.
If the crowd is anything to back, this strategy seems to be a small success from Raoul Senaussi and his troupe. This cultural entertainment has a long history in Algeria, and maybe the revival happening on the streets of Oran can go a long way to bringing back the street music and the theater culture across the country.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every raise, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first.
Welcome. My name is Felicity Ezewike. You must have at some point heard the fuss about the 16 days of activism. If not, maybe you've heard about the UN International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, marked annually on November 25. Well, the date marks the launch of the Unite campaign, an initiative of 16 days of activism concluding on the day that commemorates the International Human Rights Day. That's December the 10th. It is all about preventing violence against women and girls, which remains one of the most prevalent and pervasive human rights violations in the world. The UN believes that this scourge has intensified in different settings, including the workplace and online spaces, and has been exacerbated by post-COVID-19 pandemic effects, conflicts, and climate change. The solution lies in robust responses, including investment in prevention. The 2023 campaign, Invest to Prevent Violence Against Women and Girls, calls on citizens to show how much they care about ending violence against women and girls, and to call on governments worldwide to share how they are investing in gender-based violence prevention. While gender violence is a global problem, a 2020 study suggests that about 44% of African women experience gender-based violence. The global average is 30%, this according to UN figures. In this first half of one slot, we'll be joining the global movement focusing on Africa's worrying data. My guest is a social worker and programs coordinator, HOA Association Zimbabwe, Shekina Mupinda. Thanks very much for honoring our invitation.
Thank you, Tosin, for having me.
They say the data don't lie. Are the figures true, to your knowledge, that there is a spike in the cases of gender-based violence in Africa? If yes, give us an overview of the prevalent forms that gender-based violence manifests against African women.
Thank you, Tosin. So the evidence when it comes to GBV cases, it's overwhelming. You'll find out that there are different forms of gender-based violence whereby, that are affecting young women, such as stigma, financial barriers, unreported cases when it comes to gender-based violence, as well as little or no access to resources, or they can't access resources at all. Yeah, so those are some of the forms of GBV that are prevalent in Africa that are affecting young women in general.
All right, Shekina, my name is actually Felicity. Tosin is the producer of the program. It's perfectly fine, I understand. All right, what factors contribute to the higher incidence of gender-based violence against African women compared to the global average?
When it comes to the fraction that contributes to African women compared to the global average, you find out that some of the most significant challenges that contribute to GBV to the global average include the pervasive patriarchal cultural attitudes. That's the system, the structure of inequality between men and women, male-centered, male-controlled or male-oriented cultures. And patriarchy is not only it's a structure of force that influences power, be it whether it's abusive or not. So those are some of the the contributions. And also there's an issue of poverty. Most countries in Africa are still developing. You find out that a household, like one household, there's little or no income that is coming in. When a man is unable to provide, this then results in frustrations and can result to displacement of anger towards maybe the wife or children. This can be violence or even emotional abuse. And then there's also lack of, implementation or action in legal matters. The reported cases when it comes to gender-based violence cases. I think those are some of the contributions to GBV against women compared to in the African context, compared to the global society.
You've alluded to it, but we know that the talk about culture in Africa and its impact is very prevalent. So I'd like you to talk about this. How cultural norms and societal expectations contribute to the perpetration of violence against African women?
Okay. In the cultural context or norms and values, women are expected to be submissive to a male family member or in any aspect of their life. These are rigid gender roles that often result in expectations that women must be submissive to men. You cannot contribute to decision making, and you cannot, your voice does not matter. And equal decision making between a man and a woman, shared beliefs and expectations on how women should behave, women should dress, or how women should be or speak. These are also contributions to that. Young women, and there's an issue of coercive when it comes to control. Like young women are supposed, or girls are supposed to be submissive. You're supposed to listen to a man. The social expectations, girls are valued as wives, not as individuals. That now leads into early marriages. Young women are forced to, enter marriages before the age of 18, and 18 and below, you're still considered a child. That then hinders them from, going to school. They suffer from sexual exploitation as well as reproductive health problems because they are still developing. They're still young. This then affects them, their health-wise. Yeah.
Are there any specific initiatives or programs that you are aware of that, initiatives that effectively help combat gender-based violence in African countries?
I stand corrected, but the issue of genital mutilation has been banned in many countries, and most countries have adopted a multi-sectoral approach. This involves all stakeholders in the development and implementation of programs to protect and also involve women and girls and consider their rights when it comes to gender-based violence. I can speak, I'm from Zimbabwe, I can speak in the context of people living in Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe, there has been an increase in awareness of gender-based responsive laws and services. The provision of health care when it comes to women who have been affected, psychosocial support, legal aid to help victims by offering, services. For an example, there's an organization called Musasa Project. They help victims of GBV, offering them safe shelter, legal services. They also offer them life skills. So when they reintegrate into their communities, they have somewhere to start from, and they can start income-generating projects that can help them sustain. And also, my organization where I work, we offer support to young people that are victims of gender-based violence, that are children that have been affected by gender-based violence through our services and initiatives that we do with them in these communities, such as counseling and psychosocial. These are some of the services that are not for free, but then we give them to young people for free, for them to access these services for free. Because when you are a victim, you need to go back to the right state of mind. Your mental health is affected. So we then come in and offer these services to young people so that they can be okay, and we can also raise awareness when it comes to those issues.
Okay, you mentioned the work that your NGO do, and I know, I mean, this is a slight deviation, and I know that in order to provide these services, you require quite an amount of funding. How do organizations like yours and others cope with finding funding to sustain the work that you do? And let's specify with Zimbabwe where you are. What has been the government's response to ensuring that gender-based violence is reduced to the barest?
So like I said before, multi-sectoral working, multi-agency working, that's what most organizations do in order to curb this problem, in order to, raise awareness or, implement programs on gender-based violence by working together, complementing. And as organizations, we complement the government's efforts in curbing this issue when it comes to gender-based violence. So, yeah.
What about the laws about protecting women? How forward-looking is the situation of the law in Zimbabwe and any other African country that you're aware of?
In Zimbabwe right now, the laws have been strengthened because you find out that in each and every police station, there's a victim-friendly unit whereby if you are a victim of GBV, you go there, you report your cases, and they help you until the matter is resolved. And they also can find ways for you to get access to services. Because this, victim-friendly units, they don't just work on them, like, they just don't work by themselves. They also have, social workers that are there, psychologists that are there, so that when you come through, you can get full access to the services, and get your help.
Okay, let's look at other aspects of working to prevent more violence against women, and that's law enforcement. There's been concern that sometimes when women go to law enforcement agencies or go to the justice system, they're not as effective as they should be. How can law enforcement and justice systems be more effective in addressing and preventing violence against African women? Of course, as always, you can domesticate it to the situation in Zimbabwe.
I think it now also goes to, advocates for GBV, or for them to actually go and advocate for policies and laws that promote gender equality, and also have approaches that go beyond individual level to change the perceptions and attitudes of the community to a broader community level. Law enforcement, strengthening their systems in how they now help people when they come through. Because sometimes you find out that someone is scared to go to the law enforcement because maybe they are scared to be called, to be called like you're a snitch. I don't know how you say it. You're a snitch, you have snitched, but then have protective measures of when someone comes and reports their cases, don't, talk to them in public. Maybe if someone wants to say out their issues in a private way, they should allow them so that they can feel safe.
What role does education play? There's those educate a woman, educate a nation, the future, and all of that. What role do you think in this instance it will play in preventing gender-based violence?
The education plays a significant role. I think it's very important for gender responsive education to start in schools. because this is whereby it starts. Like now, if young people are educated, they become aware and they can protect themselves. And you also find out that not only does GBV affect, young women or people that are educated, people that are not educated, but people that are educated and people of high status are also affected by GBV. So it's also important to raise awareness to the larger community, to everyone, the causes. Because some people don't even know, because they might take it like if I'm being beaten, if someone is beating me up, it's normal, whereas it's not normal. So it's very important for us to educate and raise awareness on that issue, not only in schools or to young people, but to everyone.
Staying under the general cover of education, I wanted to talk about the use of technology and social media. We know there's a hashtag, a global hashtag that's no excuse on the 16 days of activism.
Yeah.
How can technology and social media be better leveraged to raise awareness?
Okay, we can leverage the social media and technology by using online tools to campaign and raise awareness on the issues of GBV and mobilize for gender equality for action on GBV. And also social media helps us amplify the message because, with social media, you have a great reach. You can reach people that are, everywhere because nowadays people use technology. So now using social media, we can pass through the message and raise awareness on the issues of violence against women and girls, as well as men, because men are also affected by gender-based violence. And also social media, it enables women to break down barriers and access businesses and participate in the global economy. You don't only need to be at a desk sitting behind a chair for you to educate yourself, but you can use social media to break those barriers and educate yourself as a woman.
All right, I want you to speak generally to the 2023 campaign team, which is Invest to Prevent Violence Against Women and Girls.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to speak generally I want you to speak generally on this year's theme of Invest to Prevent Violence Against Women and Girls.
Okay.
You want me to repeat it? I'm happy to.
Also, we should. Please repeat.
Okay, I'm asking you about this year's theme for the 16 days of activism, the day for the elimination of violence against women. This year's campaign theme is Invest to Prevent Violence Against Women and Girls. My question to you is to speak generally on the idea behind this broad theme.
My thoughts on the theme Invest to Prevent Violence Against Women is, I think we should, invest in women and girls, not only in, marginalized, in areas that are, but also in marginalized areas, involve everyone, involve young girls that are in marginalized areas, because some people that are coming from the rural areas are most affected when it comes to GBV. So when we are investing, we should also include them in our planning and implementation of any initiative that we want to do.
Shakina, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Okay. I thought I lost you for a moment. Okay, let's look at the 16 days of activism. It's been going on for quite a number of years. What's your assessment of the impact it has had on ending general gender-based violence against women?
I think the message is out there. People are pushing the message on social media, and organizations are doing, different initiatives to raise awareness on the issue of gender-based violence. So I think, people are working very hard to raise awareness, and not only is it women and girls, but they are also including men in the discussion when it comes to gender-based violence, which is something that is very good and great.
How can men be involved? Because that's actually my next question. How can men be better involved in promoting the campaign?
Okay, so not only men are affected by GBV, because some men are also, not only men are, they are, the perpetrators of gender-based violence, but, they also are victims of gender-based violence. Now, due to cultural norms, because of stigmatization, they can't really come and report. But now, because men are called to come, they also sit down and also discuss and say out their views on what they think on gender-based violence. They're given a platform to express their feelings. And yeah, because you can't end the problem when you can't involve, the person that is causing the problem or what you think is causing the problem. So having each and every gender, male and female, in the discussion, it's making a change when it comes to educating and raising awareness on this.
While we're thinking about more engagement for men, it's true that there are areas in Africa that still assessing those areas is quite a bit of a challenge, even here in Nigeria. Are there any specific challenges and barrier to data collection on the actual, number of violence against African women? Because we know that some people say the figures that are being presented are quite inadequate in capturing the exact level of violence against particularly African women. So what can you tell us about some of these barriers?
Okay, the issue, like I said before, underreported cases that are not reported. Because most of them in rural areas, in marginalized areas, these cases are not reported. Like I said before, someone might see, if you beat me, this is normal for me to get beaten by my husband. And then they don't go and report, even rape. Because, someone might say, okay, my own husband raped me, it's not normal. But then, yeah, you can be raped by your own husband. So this also now limits the actual numbers, or this now, the actual facts of, reported cases or cases of GBV, I think, in Africa, because I'm sure it's happening everywhere, whereby, the knowledge or the education on GBV, it's not reaching everywhere, it's limited. Therefore, the actual numbers are not here.
All right, I'd like you to speak on innovative approaches that are required that have been used in the past to help with preventing violence against African women. What are some of them that, maybe one or two that you can share with us, innovative approaches that has helped in intervening to prevent further violence?
Innovative approaches and initiatives that have been used in the past or that are still being used now, I can say maybe the life skills training, women getting funding to start businesses and taking care of themselves. That's one innovative initiative that has been used. And also using, the survivors of GBV being put in the upfront for them to speak to other people that are being affected by GBV. This has also worked to curb or to reduce GBV.
All right. I guess that's where we have to leave it for now. Thank you very much for your time and your insights, Shakina. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
We'll take a very short breather, and when we come back, we'll be looking at enhancing Africa's creativity. What's that about? Stick around.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling that digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first. Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every raise, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
Summit presents the Afro Hair Culture and Beauty Festival 2023, happening live in Abuja on the 1st and 2nd of December at the Transcorp Hilton Hotel, Abuja, Nigeria. Come and learn how to grow and take care of your natural hair and beards, and also shop the best deals on all beauty products, network with experts in the industry, experience the Afro Hair Culture Runway Show, extreme hair competition, games, entertainment, goodie bags, and lots of prizes to be won. Visit www.africanhairsummit.org/festival to enjoy the discounts for early registration or pay at the venue to register on the 1st and 2nd of December by 3 p.m. prompt. So go tell your colleagues, friends, and family to save the date and join us on the 1st and 2nd of December at Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja for this big celebration of our Afro hair culture for peace, unity, and progress.
Thank you for staying with us. Now, Botswana's President, Mokwetsi Masisi, on Friday urged the 19th session of the Council of Ministers of the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO for short, in Gaborone, to introspect on barriers hindering the growth of the continent's creativity to global standards. He said, and I quote, "Africa's creativity should impact communities and the world. The assessment of our shortcomings and corrective measures should begin with national intellectual property officers. After this, we will then step up to the ARIPO level to strategize and unblock bottlenecks." End of quote. Now, according to him, Africans have been trading and practicing intellectual property for a very long time without the knowledge of its theories, principles, and terminology. This year's ARIPO Council meeting of ministers was held under the theme Intellectual Property for Economic Growth. To look at this and ways to enhance Africa's creativity, I'm joined by the Executive Director, House of Arts, Harare, Zimbabwe, Caspar Chigama. Thank you very much, Caspar, for giving us your time. Good to have you.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
I'm sure there are some people like me before today. I never heard about Aripo. Talk to us about why the body exists and what good it does.
I think a few months before today, I was like everyone else, because I also didn't know about Aripo until I got invited to one of the sessions that they did in here in Zimbabwe. And to my understanding now, and also as a stakeholder, I now understand that Aripo is there to promote the development and harmonization of intellectual property systems in African countries like Zimbabwe and other member states. I also know that their main aim is also to facilitate the protection of intellectual property and the rights of intellectual property, innovation, creativity, and also they are also working, like you said before, the session that happened. They're also trying to aim for making sure that creativity and intellectual property also gives growth to the development of Africa.
Okay,
So
Caspar, I must say,
I now understand, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. I must say, I feel less weird having you say you also didn't know about Aripo. At least now we have that cleared. Let's look at what they stand for. How does intellectual property contribute to economic growth in African countries?
So for me, intellectual property can contribute in so many different ways, because when you own something, it also encourages you to be innovative enough and also think outside the box and not be, have that fear of what if someone steals my stuff. So it encourages innovation, creativity by also giving you the legal protection and even incentives for innovators, artists, entrepreneurs. It also, enables the commercialization of intellectual assets, even for musicians, because I'm also an artist. So when I went to the program, I was going there as an artist, also trying to understand what happens with my product if I am to produce something. So it also attracts even foreign investment and technology transfer by providing a secure environment for intellectual property rights. Because, sometimes when you make something, when you do something, sometimes there's now a lot of technology, there's internet. So people post things, so someone might also steal your stuff and, make them theirs. So if your property is secured, if you go through that and make sure that you have secured your property and you have secured your legal rights to the product, it then makes you, it also secures even your incentives or even the allowances. So to me, it promotes even trade and economic integration by facilitating the licensing and transfer of intellectual property between the countries. Even it builds, so basically it just builds even the knowledge-based economy for fostering research and development in activities. So it is actually something that I think really, really does promote economic development or economic growth in Africa.
For every good thing, there's always, some challenge or hiccups along the way. So I'd like you to speak to us on some of the challenges that African countries face in harnessing the full economic potential of intellectual property.
Well, for instance, the biggest example is, like you said, you didn't know about it. So it means it's actually a barrier because there's limited awareness and understanding of intellectual property rights amongst creatives, amongst even business people, amongst innovators, even just the general public, including me. I also didn't have much information until this year. So that's one of the biggest challenges that I've seen. And also maybe the frameworks, sometimes I feel like they're a little bit inadequate and, weak. So in terms of enforcement, sometimes it's limited to an extent that you always hear some cases where maybe this artist in Africa his stuff has been stolen by this artist, or this creative person is also crying for over maybe some rights for his products and stuff. So the enforcement for me it's still a little. There's also, I mean, I can't say it's weak, but yeah, there's still much work to be done in terms of the enforcement mechanisms for the intellectual property protection. Then also the biggest challenge that I also have seen or that I've noted is also even the resources. There's lack of resources and capacity to effectively manage and enforce the intellectual property rights because, like I said, the awareness is limited. So only a few people and a few privileged creatives know much about the intellectual properties. So those few that knows the intellectual property may end up stealing products from those that don't know, and they legally protect those products as theirs. So to me, that's a very big gap that is there. So there is need for maybe an enhanced awareness on intellectual property rights, so that everyone gets to understand and everyone gets to know. And maybe also something that I can is maybe there's also limited access to finance and support services for innovation and intellectual property commercialization. Also talking about cultural and traditional practices that may also conflict with certain aspects of intellectual property rights. I mean, in Africa, we have certain cultures that we have and certain traditional beliefs that we have. So sometimes there are some that I also think that they do not worry much about protecting or following that path because of traditional reasons or because of religious reasons. So that's also another challenge that will also maybe hinder some people from actually practicing that. I think in short, that's what I think are the challenges. Yeah.
All right. Aside ARIPO, the thought just came to me. Aside ARIPO, are there other bodies that, try to promote the potentials of better knowledge of intellectual property? If yes, will it be their responsibility, or it is the responsibility of all creatives to be part of promoting knowledge of intellectual property?
I think it's everyone's responsibility. The product holder or even other organizations like us as House of Arts, we also try to promote and also disseminate information on the advantages of having your property or of having intellectual properties, because here in Africa there is lack of knowledge. That's what I think mostly. So for us to say it's one person's responsibility or one organization's responsibility, it will be a lie. So I think that maybe it's just everyone's responsibility, and we are trying our best also to try and make sure that we get the information to everyone, especially the creatives who we think that some of them even lack information just about what maybe ARIPO is or what intellectual property is.
All right. To your knowledge, are there some maybe strategies that are already being adopted by African countries to promote the use of intellectual property for economic growth? Maybe some you can share with us?
Sorry, you said they what?
I'm just asking if there are any initiatives or strategies that African countries are that you're aware that African countries are already using to promote intellectual property for economic growth.
Yeah, I've seen African countries doing quite a lot. I heard about South Africa developing a strong pharmaceutical industry for leveraging intellectual property. Here in Zimbabwe, I know that the National Arts Council of Zimbabwe is also they created a strategy for music. It's a music strategy for national music strategy that also includes how artists can actually protect their products. Right now, they're also working on a film strategy. And I know much about Zimbabwe because I'm Zimbabwean.
Yeah,
and
we're happy to know what's happening there as well. I mean, if you don't know what's happening in your own zone, who would expect you to be able to talk about Africa? All right, let's look at how intellectual property rights can be balanced with the need for innovation and knowledge sharing, particularly in the context of developing countries like we have in Africa.
Yeah, I think if we start by maybe implementing flexible intellectual property regimes that allow for exceptions and limitations to rights, particularly in areas such as maybe education, even creatives, and also maybe encouraging the use of open innovation models that promote collaborations and sharing of knowledge and resources, also doing maybe exchange, cultural exchange, even, what do you call these ones? Yeah, I think it's just cultural exchange where maybe people from the different countries also get to interact with people from another country just to understand maybe from each other's perspective. Maybe also promoting or developing even mechanisms that ensure fair and reasonable licensing terms for intellectual property, especially now that I talk more for creatives because that's where my field is. I also have seen that maybe in terms of how the licensing, the mechanisms are there, even sometimes there's the prices for you to register your stuff, sometimes it's a little bit higher than maybe the income that you get out of the product. And sometimes there's, looking at our industry right now, the creative industry, especially for countries like Zimbabwe, most of the African countries, there is no much that income that comes from our product unless maybe you have you are an established creative or you are now an established business person. So it's also what comes with, the mechanisms that are there for you to actually register. The requirements are sometimes exorbitant that it also hinders others to try to practice because they would think maybe they coming up with registering your stuff against the income that you get out of the stuff. So you end up thinking that maybe it's just better if I try to do it on my own, and then you also risk losing your product to someone else who is already established and who's also able to do that. So I think there's also a need for maybe engaging in international discussions and negotiations to shape maybe global intellectual property norms and policies that consider the interest of developing countries from at a global level, where we see that maybe someone from the US and someone coming from Zimbabwe, there's a difference, there's a big gap that is.
All right, before we lose you, I want to drop this question.
Like I said, we are still growing. And
all right, quickly, are there any emerging trends or technological advancements that are shaping the intellectual property landscape in Africa?
Are they what?
I'm asking, are there any technological advancements that is shaping the landscape of intellectual property in Africa?
Yes, I think so. I've seen there's a provision for legal protection for intellectual property rights that also encourages foreign investors to bring their technologies, brands, and expertise to African countries. So also maybe in Zimbabwe, I'm seeing a lot of people creating stuff online, even the authorities, the bodies that are there to protect intellectual properties, they're actually providing. I've seen some social media campaigns where they're trying to disseminate information to the creatives so that they can understand better what is there, and also they are trying to also engage on artists, in creatives, even the young people with innovation ideas, to come up with ideas that will maybe bring, or that will also try to give the balance like you asked before. So I think for me, there isn't much yet that has been done, but I can see potential in the moves that are being taken by the bodies, the moves that are being taken by ARIPO in engaging innovate to also contribute. So for me, I can't say I've seen much, but I can simply say I've seen great potential.
Okay, if you were to make suggestions now, you've already made some, but if you can add to that, how can African governments, what steps rather can they take to support and empower local creators and investors as well as entrepreneurs in leveraging intellectual property for economic growth?
I think maybe if, like I said before, if we can maybe strengthen our cultural, our exchange, cultural exchanges, even promoting more on how we can learn from each other, creating those platforms where we have more discussions on what exactly can be done, how maybe innovators from Egypt, innovators from Uganda, Kenya can also maybe contribute and give what they are doing. I'm also thinking that maybe intellectual property rights can also enhance the competitiveness of African innovators or creativeness or businesses by protecting their innovations and enabling them to access maybe even global markets. So it also goes back to us making, what do you call it, an intentional move to break that barrier, that global barrier that is there, to make sure that we are also not only focusing on Africa, but we are also learning from even people from all around the world, and also getting to create those platforms where we get to learn and also get to share ideas and take some.
All right, Casper, I guess that's a good place to leave it for today. Thank you very much for speaking with us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
And to you, our viewer, thank you for your time. Remember, you can access our conversations on one slot anytime by going to News Central YouTube channel. Thanks again for watching. I'll see you next time.
News on the go, live reports, real-time updates, unfiltered stories. I'm Bernard Akede. This is News Central.
Every day, you know you have made it when it ends on your face. I don't know what's real, don't know what's fake. Can anybody out there tell me what's really at stake? The feeling somewhere between oblige and complacent. Haunted by white noise of a million miles. Are we careless? Are we
Steadily, reports are made officially and unofficially by the people of the property they lose to robbers and burglars. Complaints of car theft ranks top on the list of thefts and burglaries carried out in recent times in the state. A few fortunately recovered theirs, while some were not so lucky.
Generally speaking, we say there has been an improvement in the security situation of Abia State. But lately, within this end of November, we have started experiencing a surge of burglary. To call on the security agencies to be up and doing to arrest this situation.
Some people believe that the state government focused more on the violent crimes, paying less attention to the activities of robbers within the city.
But it does appear to be focusing on the high crime, particularly the area of kidnapping and abduction for ransom, neglecting, the neighborhood thefts, the pickpockets, the criminals who will lay you in the dark alley.
At the dangerous areas, for instance, the Lomb Anta area, it appears to have been calm around there with the efforts of the government in dislodging some of those hoodlums there and providing some degree of security around the market, the cattle market area. But within the city of Umuahia, there appears to be an increase in burglary, housebreaking, and all that.
However, the police public relations officer in Abia State Command, ASP Maureen Chinaka, said there is a decline in the cases of crimes in the state with the stringent measures the command has in place.
The Nigerian Police Force, Abia State Police Command, we are on our toes and ensuring that lives and properties of citizens in Abia State are well secured and protected. And however, there is a drop, or will I say there is a decrease of complaints in crimes and criminality, because we've been ensuring that the needful is done and ensuring that Abia State is safe and secured, most especially in this festive period.
The citizens are praying that the security operatives will be proactive in crime prevention even as the Yuletide approaches. Chinwe Ugele reporting for News Central.
I think one word that describes my opinion about the rising case of domestic violence is that it's rather disturbing. or saddening that in spite of the development we've made as a species, something like domestic violence is still not only existing but also increasing in occurrence. So again, it also shows a moral failure on our part as humans to engage in such an activity that should rather be left for lower species. So yeah, I do think it's rather saddening and disturbing. I think a number of factors will come into play to curb this menace called domestic violence. On a beginning note, there's the issue about implementation of laws. So we have a number of laws that criminalize domestic violence, from the criminal code, the penal code. Even in Lagos State, you have the Protection Against Domestic Violence Law of 2007. You have the Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency Law of 2021. All various laudable laws aimed at combating domestic violence. But to take it up higher, I think implementing these laws would go a long way in curbing domestic violence. So these laws have different punishments, different devices to discourage it. But beyond having this legislative instruments in place, it would be very good to implement them, the sanctions and what have you. Another thing I think would curb domestic violence is naming and shaming. So where you have a violent offender who has been charged and found guilty, it may be good to actually publicly name those persons. So it will serve as a deterrent to others. So we have a situation like this for sexual offenders. I know from time to time there's a public list made available of sexual offenders, and this would actually help in sinking it into people's consciousness that this is an act that people should deviate from. Then conclusively, I would also say increasing sensitization. So there should be more words in the media, stuff like what New Central TV is doing. There should be more words in the media, out there, social, print, that people should know that this is culturally unacceptable, legally unacceptable, morally reprehensible.
Has 60% of its entire population, and it's time for their voices to be heard loud and clear. Involving the young people in nation building is not merely a question of inclusion, but one that is vital for economic growth, innovation, peace, and security. Fafanua Africa provides the platform for the teeming young and vibrant population of our dear continent to voice their concerns with one goal in mind: provide profound and tangible solutions that will help redefine and reposition the future of Africa. Join us every Friday at 2 p.m. West African Time, 4 p.m. East African Time, and 3 p.m. Central African Time on New Central TV. Fafanua Africa, redefining Africa.
Hello and welcome to New Central Television. I am Dakbo Adigboye, the top stories at this hour. Appeal Court dismisses Tonyeko's petition, affirms Governor Fubara's victory. Police release photos and names of 34 Sierra Leone fugitives connected to failed attack on military armory. And court declares contentious Kenyan housing tax illegal. Details in a moment. We begin the news at this hour in West Africa. We are an appeal court sitting in Lagos. The court thereby upheld the judgment of the election tribunal. As News Central's Neomani has more.
After the election petition tribunal upheld the election of governor of Rivers State in the March elections, the APC candidate approached the appellate court seeking an order to direct INEC to declare him the winner of the March governorship election in Rivers. Tonyeko has insisted that Governor Fubara was still signing documents as Assistant General of the state even after nomination as the governorship candidate of the PDP. He also alleged irregularities in the election, amongst other pleas. But the appellate court held that all the appellants failed to prove the allegation of non-compliance with the Electorate Act. The court dismissed the petition of Cole challenging the election of Fubara, noting it lacked merit and adequate evidence.
I think it's almost an impossible case that has been brought about, and that's something that the judiciary would have to look at. To expect that you're going to be able to bring 6,700 or 6,800 witnesses within the time frame that the tribunal is given, it's nearly impossible. And so that's one of the areas that I think has to be looked at critically as to how to deal with fraudulent cases like that. It's still a very, very shallow area, and I think it has to be tightened properly.
Would you be taking this further?
It looks like I would have to review the judgment and then decide where we're going. But it looks like we'll have to go to the Supreme Court.
The appellate court also held that the fact that the APC withdrew its petition challenging Fubara's victory does not prevent its candidate Cole from pursuing its appeal. The election tribunal had earlier dismissed Tonya Cole's appeal on the ground that the APC sponsored him and had withdrawn the petition against Governor Fubara's victory.
What they had the tribunal say was that the Court of Appeal say was that it was not proper to have dismissed the petition in limine on the ground that the APC had withdrawn. But the tribunal nonetheless proceeded to consider the petition on the merit and dismissed it as if the APC was still a party to it. So I have no concern about that. And what the Court of Appeal did was to say, look, you were wrong. But then let us look at the facts. And when they look at the facts, they found that the judgment cannot be disturbed.
Prior to this ruling, the camp of the Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara had alleged that the former governor, now Minister Nyesom Wike, was plotting to use the courts to remove him. This ruling may have paid to those concerns.
The justices of this court have done justice to the case. I think this will put to rest all the ambiguities that people were thinking about. And I want to use this as an opportunity to appeal to our brothers, those who feel aggrieved, that they should join hands with the Executive Governor of Rivers State, Sasim Fubara, to build a great and veritable state in Rivers State.
The judgment of the tribunal is hereby affirmed. The return and declaration of Siminalayi Fubara is also hereby affirmed. Ni Omani, reporting for News Central Lagos.
To discuss this further, I'm joined on the news by Oluwafemi Adebayo, Senior Program Manager, Kimpact Development Initiative. Thank you so much for your time, Oluwafemi.
Thank you for having me.
All right, great. Now, how do you think the affirmation of Fubara's election by the appeal court would impact the political dynamics within Rivers State?
Well, I think there are two sides to it, which I will pick from the angle of the APC and, of course, the PDP. So for the APC, I believe that it will deepen the crisis in the APC structure in the state. Trust me, there are ways that when a party clings to victory, either through the ballot or through the court, there's a way it naturally brings unity. But with the judgment, of the Court of Appeal against the APC, right, to Cole as the candidate in particular, then I think there's a way to deepen the woes. If you look at the whole struggle, even at the election petition, where APC as a party had to go withdraw its petition, look at some of the allegation against the chairman that was actually possibly had asked to go. I'm talking about Emeka Becker, and of course the legal advisor, coupled with some of the allegation against the leader of the party in the state. I'm talking about Rotimi Amechi, some of the anti-party activities and all. So I think that if it is not well managed, it would deepen. And if you know that the Rivers Election Petition Tribunal gave judgment as regards the fact that APC has withdrawn the petition, so it's one of the reasons why the petition was, was actually dismissed based on lack of merit. And if you move now, the Court of Appeal has actually settled that as regards the fact that the EPT was actually wrong for doing that. But however, let me quickly move to the PDP camp. And if you look at the crisis also in the PDP, most especially within the leadership structure of the PDP in the state, many have actually, there's a lot of speculation as regards the fact that the current minister of FCT would like, due to the struggle between the current governor and the minister, there could be a lot of speculation around the fact that the court could be used, right, against the governor due to some of this rift between, the minister. So, but if you look at it now with the judgment of the Court of Appeal, I think those speculation will be laid to rest one way or the other. And possibly we could look for, happenings or occurrence that will happen in coming days. Maybe one of the things is we'll need to look out for what will happen, most especially between the Minister of FCT and, of course, the current government.
I mean, let's look at the implication or possible implication of this court's decision, particularly when it comes to relationship between opposition political parties and the ruling party in Rivers State.
Well, if you look at it critically, the politics in Rivers State is a bit dynamic, and it seems to be very different in nature. Because if you look at that, the crisis in the PDP in itself was actually as a result of some of the happenings of the APC, right? Maybe we can call that infiltrations from the APC camp. And if you look at the current, minister of FCT, who claims to still be a card-carrying member of PDP, but of course serving in the Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, if you look at some of these interwoven and intertwined crises, it becomes very difficult to say that. And if you look at the way Tony Cole spoke, I listened to the interview right before we enter into this discussion. His major concern is about the fact that a lot needs to be addressed when it comes to the post electoral dispute resolution, and he was so much concerned about the fact that when it comes to proving cases, and which is very, very important, he seems not to be interested in some of this, naughty political party crisis. It seems not to, from what he actually said. But truly, it might be difficult to say you see an handshake between the two political parties, because each of the political parties seems to be divided. There seems to be not even one of the two leading political parties are united on the front. So if a particular group wants to actually have an handshake in APC with the PDP, it might be difficult because you have the other group also feeling, disgruntled because of the existing arrangement, even before elections or during the elections or even after the elections. So these are some of the things that we're likely going to be seeing, right?
I mean, let's broaden the perspective a bit. What does this case reveal about Nigeria's, number one, electoral process, and of course, the judicial system, particularly during election seasons, like we've seen, during the off-cycle elections, the presidential elections, the gubernatorial elections, and the likes. And of course, their significance on the political landscape of Nigeria.
Well, it's still, for us, for us at KDI, we are monitoring this process of post-election litigation from the Election Petition Tribunal to the Court of Appeal and some of the decisions that have been appealed at the Supreme Court. One of the things he continues to say is, I'll pick it from the point that Nicole himself made as regards petitioner proving its case. It's a tall order with the type of legal system, because he who alleges have to prove beyond reasonable doubt, right? And if you look at, even if it's a conversation of substantial compliance, you must be able to talk about the fact that irregularities affected the election substantially. So you can't, if you're talking about irregularities in for instance, if Rivers, for instance, has 5,000 polling units, you need to be able to prove that elections substantially happened in a large number of places, and each of the polling units you need to bring in your witness to be able to prove beyond reasonable doubt. But it's our time for us to also start having conversation as regards that, because even the days for at the election petition tribunal, the number of days that the petitioner has to prove its case is also not enough. These are some of the findings. This has existed from 2019, right? This has existed from 2019, even before 2019 rather. But we saw this in 2019. It happened in 2023. But one of the things that are very important for us to critically look at is we need to have conversation as regards this. How do we extend this timeline? Of course, not going outside the 180 days. How do we extend this? Because it is more difficult to say you're proving your case, because how will you bring within 10 days or 14 days, how will you bring over 6,000 witnesses to be able to establish irregularities, in 6,000 polling units? So these are some of the concerns. And of course, I don't know if time permits to go broader on that.
We would have loved it, but we are pressed for time, Oluwafemi Adebayo. But thank you so much for being, of course, on the news at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, now, let's also tell you that Nigerian Senate has thrown out a bill seeking to amend the Electoral Act to allow political parties nominate or replace validly elected candidates in the event of death, resignation or vacancy of seats of serving state or federal lawmakers. The bill, sponsored by Senator representing Kogi West Sunday Karimi, suffered a major setback during Wednesday's plenary as his colleagues did not allow it to pass second reading. In his lead debate, Senator Karimi said that the bill is necessary as it would put an end to unnecessary expenditures in rerun elections. According to him, various Supreme Court judgments had indicated that political parties have the sole right to produce candidates for elections, which is why party logos are printed on ballot papers during elections and not the candidates.
Pursuant to Order 79-1, which deals with the rule of debate on second reading of bills, and it very specifically provides that the debate shall be on the merits of the bill. To begin with, the first fundamental error was the fact that even the sponsor of the bill, unfortunately, did not present us with a lead debate. All we got was a copy constitutional amendment as well as proposed amendment to the electoral bill, because virtually every senator here has one thing or the other that colleagues believe ought to be amended with respect to the electoral bill.
Even on the, let me rephrase my question. Distinguished colleagues, in spite of the fact that we did not see the lead debate, but we have a general idea of what the proposed amendment is all about. Those who are in support of further steps being taken on this proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Nay. The nays have it.
Of course, in the meantime, the National Assembly Joint Committee on Electoral Matters on Tuesday held a town hall meeting in Abuja to chart a way forward for Nigeria's electoral process. Discussions at the event includes improving Nigeria's electoral process, facilitating a consultative process for identifying the ambiguity, complexities and inadequacies in the electoral legal framework.
The 2023 general election, Jack Africa released a report
that assessed the youth candidacy between the 2019 election and this just concluded election. And from this report, it is certain that we have a decline of 6%, which is against the 34% that we have in 2023 of youth candidacy. We have 34% in 2019 of youth candidacy. And in this just concluded election, we have only 28.6%. That's a very bad situation in youth constituents. And one of the reasons of the Yaga Africa from this Friday is the high cost of the nomination of political party, from the political party rather. The high cost of nomination from the political party have been one of the strongest blockades for the youth participation in politics.
Issue of election structure in Nigeria. And it is our desire that that structure should be changed. And that is, we should conduct election from bottom up, not from up down. Meaning, at the state level, if there is going to be an election, let it start with the councillors. Let it move up to the chairman. And at the national level, let it start, from the bottom, to the top. Because when the head of the cattle is moving, there is that tendency for others to follow. And so, let us not distract from the presidency. Thank you very much.
2023 elections have not been concluded. You are surprised. That's a fact. In the Electoral Act, when elections are over, there are processes for adjudication. And that was why we were advising the other time that some of our comments should not relate to matters that are in court. Some matters will be concluded, will be decided at the Supreme Court, especially the gubernatorial ones. I know as a fact that most of the National Assembly and State Assembly matters had been concluded because they terminated at the Court of Appeal. But for others, so that's why I said it's not over. Because until when we are able to see, like Prof said, the interpretation by the judiciary, we will not really be able to see what that provision actually means. If that interpretation is not in consonance with what Nigerians will think, then we'll not be able to go back and redraft and let it be clearer to our people. Like most of us are saying that some of the provisions are ambiguous. But there's no doubt about the fact that the Electoral Act 2022, like has been said by Prof. Professor Jega, is the best so far that we have had.
Nigeria's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has urged the Senate to consider the approval of about 8,691,569 and 100 million euros external loan to help implement the recently approved supplementary budget. Now, the president, via a letter read on the floor of the Senate by the President of the Senate, says the projects expected to be implemented have been carefully selected with emphasis on infrastructure, agriculture, education, water supply, employment generation, amongst others.
The required approval is in the sum of United States dollars 8,699,168,000 and then 559 United States dollars. And for the euro, looking at a total of 100 million euros. I would like to underscore the fact that the projects and programs in the borrowing plan were selected based on positive technical economic evaluations, as well as the expected contribution to the socio-economic development of the country, including employment generation, skills acquisition, support towards the emergence of more entrepreneurs, poverty reduction and food security, to improve their livelihood in all the 36 states of the Federation, including the Federal Capital Territory.
Ahead of the COP28 Climate Change Annual Summit built to hold in Dubai, the United Arab Emirates on November 30th, stakeholders have called on the Nigerian government to recommit themselves to the fight against climate change. This was during a pre-COP28 conference for journalists in Abuja, where they called on the media to help inform the public on the effects of climate change, particularly on the lives of citizens worldwide. Now, News Central's Marvelous Abomanu tells us more.
It's that time of the year when nations will converge to review commitments, discuss challenges, seek for collaboration and partnership to tackle climate change as it affects their individual countries. COP28 Climate Change Annual Summit, which is built to hold in Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, from November the 30th, 2023, therefore offers another opportunity for the world to join forces to combat this common enemy. The impact of climate change is no longer a distant threat, but unfolds daily as global citizens continue to bear the effects of the menace, with Nigeria not an exception.
In the north, as you all well know better than I, desertification is causing the loss of arable land in 15 states. That's almost half, well, a third, more than a third of the federation. In the middle belt, gully erosion and flooding that I've seen for myself, for example, in Anambra, are forcing people from their ancestral homes in the south. Seasonal and flash flooding are destroying lives and livelihoods. It killed at least 662 people, injured more than 3